over for a place to call home, right? And why they settled on Palestine. I'm also going to show you some rabbis who talk against the Zionists.
Oh, we're live.
Know that they're in exile according to their scriptures, that they should not even.
So the last hour and a half has been a little bit hectic. So I'm hot. I'm very, 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 very hot. So I've got me. I don't know if anyone's ever seen one of these before. They're fucking brilliant. You know, if you're because I can't help but feel. Let me straighten this up a little bit. Can't help but feel a lot of empathy for post-menopausal women that get really, really hot flushes. Sal used to get them really, really bad. And then when she had all of her, womb and all of her, her ovaries and all of that removed, it accelerated the menopause. So her hot flushes were like off the charts hot. Because she wasn't a moaner, if she was really, really, really hot, and she was pretty hot, so it just got worse. So I can't imagine what it must be like for women to get these massive, really, really intense hot flushes when it's already hot, I mean, you'll never hear me complain about the heat ever. It's just that I was dripping. Yeah, I was sweating like an immigrant at a playground. That was probably in very bad taste there, but yeah, let's just get some candles lit. I know that this might be a bit noisy around my neck at the moment, but it's just temporary. And it's nice. When you're red hot and you're sunbathing and you're absolutely scorching hot, and then you just get one of those nice, soft, gentle breezes go over you and you're like, oh, that's nice. Well, that's what this is like, but constantly. So, hey up, Michael. Thanks for joining me, brother. Much appreciated, as always. Are you enjoying the sunshine? Always. When the sun's shining, I spend very, very little time inside the house. Very little time, because it's a waste. We only. I'll turn this off now, because God only knows what that sounds like your end, and it just packs away, So I'd recommend that anyone that's, again, menopausal and gets really, really hot flushes, maybe invest in something like that, and a little mini spray, water spray thing. You can get them in, like, I don't know, 50 ml bottles that you can just put in your handbag or your purse, and then just spray your face with just water, and then get a fan on you, because it's yeah. I mean, they use them all over these parks, these like Disneyland and places like that, where it can get extremely hot. They have these things where it's like a fan that sprays a really fine mist of water and a fan at the same time. So you walk through it, and it's like, assuming that it's only water. We don't know, do we? Who else is with me? We've got 7 people here. Say hi. Come and say hello. Don't be shy. I don't bite unless you pay me. Again, that's exclusively on my OnlyFans account. Terry does bites. £10 a bite. Let me make a fag. Yeah, I was listening to Neil I might as well just call him the king of grifters, because then you'll know straight away who I'm talking about. Neil McCoy Ward. And on top of the fact that he is the king of grifters, right? But he's now, because we know that. Do you remember me telling you that every 6 months or something like that, I get a little letter through from Scottish widows saying this is what your pension fund is at the moment, and when you retire at 107, this is how much you'll get per week or per month. And I'm just looking at all these thousands of pounds that I've paid into it, you know, and just thinking to myself, I'll never see a fucking penny of that. And since me saying that, it's all come out now that they're dipping into people's pensions. They've always been dipping into people's pensions, always. But now they're just in your face about it. They're so blasé now. They don't give a fuck. They don't care what you think, you know. But that sense of overconfidence, which is what they've all got now, which is a normal part of being a narcissist and a psychopath. They think that they're untouchable, but when you get really, really overconfident, that can become a serious Achilles heel, you know, which is good, you know, it's good for us. Hello, Mud Fossil Earth. How you doing, me old China? You all right? Hope you've had a good week. Hope you've all had a good week. I've had an all right week. It's not bad at all. I was going to go to the caravan this weekend. But yeah, this shit going on, you know, that I won't go into. But the caravan's going nowhere until. So we all know that that Canada has turned around to its people and said, "Let me move over here a bit more centralised." Centralised. I don't like that word. Yeah, they're finding people that want to go into the woods and be around nature and all that. They're charging. They're finding people $25,000. But there are people going up there making videos and then saying, you know, right, send me the $25,000 fine, and I'll see you in court. You know, because they're illegal fines, and now, so people are thinking, well, that's in Canada. You know, we don't need to worry about that. It's in Canada. It's fucking thousands of miles away. But they're on about doing that in the Scottish Highlands now as well. So, and this is how it gets into the whole slippery slope thing, is if you start doing it in the Highlands under the banner of rewilding, then it's going to work its way down to the Lake District, the Peak District, the South Downs, you know, Snowdonia. And the only way around it is absolute defiance, right? They've got no right. So when people were thinking, right, so a climate lockdown, so people would just think that must be them lying about the power of the sun and that we're getting X-rays and the sun's acting funny and we need to stay indoors. You know, people would have been thinking along the lines of that. But I think that this is their version of climate lockdowns, to the point where you kind of locked down or restricted to your city, the city limits, if you like. you know, fuck them, you know, don't look, we are grown ass adults, right? We've lived, most of the people that listen to me waffling on are around my age, around the half a century sort of age. We're grown up, we've got enough life experience to be able to make our own decisions. We don't need a nanny state or an overreach of a tyrannical, extremely corrupted government. Fuck them. Carry on living your life. Like I said, during the first so-called lockdowns, I was never locked down. I was out and about, just doing my thing, you know. Some people were pulled over in their cars and given COVID fines. Some people were stupid enough to go and pay these fines. But everyone who contested these COVID fines, every single person that contested them was thrown out of court. Every single one of them. Who we got in? Hello, Lana. You all right, sweetheart? Thanks for joining us. And hello, Sky Girl. How you doing? I hope you've all had a lovely week. I live in country and they now building houses on Greenbelt. And again, that pisses me off because there's lots of brown belt. There's loads, you know, because we used to have a thriving industry in this country. You see loads and loads and loads of old mills and stuff like that dotted around all over the place, especially along canals and stuff like that. You know, we had a thriving industry. We were the forerunners of the Industrial Revolution, you know. But because of a lot of our industries now gone, that's left loads and loads of, you know, what would have been thriving mills and factories and stuff like that. They're either derelict or they've been knocked down. Build on that land. You know, don't keeping they go on about rewilding and trying to protect our countryside, which we know is a lie. It's all about control, right? And the lead up to the 15-minute cities. So they tell us that we need to rewild the countryside whilst building in the countryside. They tell us to start using renewable energy like solar panels, yet they want to dim out the sun. You know, even the most retarded people out there should be able to see straight through this nonsense. You know, it's proper in your face intelligence insults. Intelligent insulting. He's on about intelligence. Yeah, I can't pronounce what I'm trying to say. Oh dear. And you see, that's another thing, Mud Fossil, is that when you moved into the house that you're living in now, which is clearly out in the sticks somewhere, right? There's going to be like at least one window where you would have looked out of and just seen these beautiful rolling fields and stuff like that, and just thought, yeah, well, we'll put an offer in. We'll put an offer in for this. And then you moved in, surrounded by pastures and, you know, trees and stuff like that. I'm assuming that's what it's like, you know, only to find out a few years down the line that they're going to build a fucking big eyesore of a housing estate right next to you, you know. I just hope that the houses that they do build are relatively high end, because if they're anything like the houses and flats they're building down the bottom of the street from me, then it's going to be another barracks. You know, you don't want that, mate. You don't want that. Yes, my son has a great view from his window, but yes, housing estate coming. Well, I just hope that it's not going to be a barracks, mate. I just hope it's not going to be filled with these cockroaches. I don't know if anyone knows about this guy who just decided to just walk into some poor woman's house. Just walk straight in there, right? And the police were called. They got him out, got him in the car, and he was a spitting image of Rudy Unga. I forgot what his name is now. The Southport killer. The same evil, dark, lost, soulless face. Looks almost identical to him. And a few people, were kicking off saying, look, this is illegal. This is illegal. It's not. It's trespass. It's civil. So I urge all of you. I mean, my doors, as soon as I get in that door is locked straight away, right? And it's a challenge for people to get into my back garden. So sometimes I leave the back door open just to let some air through, But yeah, anyone can walk into your front door. Anybody. It's not illegal. It's not unlawful. It becomes illegal if you've asked them 3 times and they've still refused to leave. Then it's aggravated trespass, and that becomes criminal then. But you can use reasonable force to eject them from your house. But it's not unlawful for someone if the door is unlocked or open, as long as there's no forced entry involved, people can do that. I don't know if you knew that, but yeah, people can just walk in your house. But again, under the castle doctrine, your home is your castle, and you can defend it using lethal force if you wanted to, if you needed to. But you need to have your ducks properly lined up for that sort of shit. Trying to explain, well, he got in my house and I had to get him out, and the only way I could do it was by chopping him up bit by bit. You're not going to get away with that in court, but if it becomes a case of self-defense, and they were becoming aggressive, so A, you've got a complete stranger in your house. B, they become aggressive. There's no limits for me. No limits. They would be very, very regretful. Very regretful, and even then, call the police. Call them, Yes, okay. Is he still in the house? Yeah, he's just sat right opposite me, just staring at me, just with his dead, dark eyes. Okay, we'll get someone out to you within the next 3 days. Vigilantism has begun. It's on very, very, on a very, very low level, and it's very sporadic. But I can only see that increasing exponentially, because where the police are failing, and they are failing, then that leaves a vacuum. And with any aspect of life, whether it's your life, whether it's the economy, whether there's a tool that could do a job that's not been invented yet, whenever there's a vacuum, that vacuum will be filled, And at the moment, we've got a lack of proper policing, and a complete and total lack of justice. So you've got a Labour a Labour MP, saying, we should cut your throats and getting off scot-free. And then you've got people that are saying something that the government doesn't like online, police at your door and jail. But again, it's only jail if you're stupid enough to turn around and say, yeah, do you plead guilty or not guilty? Well, I did say it, so I suppose I'm guilty. Okay, 1 year in prison. If you're faced with a situation like that for being outspoken online, demand a jury of 12 of your peers, and the judge will talk over you and keep talking over you. You don't even need legal representation. You could just go in on your own and just say, I demand a jury of 12 of my peers. Say it 3 times. This is why Starmer's trying to get rid of that, which is part of our judicial system, a very important part of it, and it's enshrined in common law. So if you demand a jury of 12 of your peers, then that's it. You explain yourself properly and give evidence. You can represent yourself. They'll go away, deliberate, and come back and yeah, he's right. We'd all do the same. That's it. You get one of these 10 a penny briefs with you, a solicitor or a barrister. Whether they win, whether they lose, they don't give a fuck. They're not the ones going to prison. It's just a conveyor belt. They still get paid. They still get to go home. If they don't give a fuck. Always lock my door soon as home, and as soon as I get in car, I press the button that locks all the doors. Yeah, exactly. Keep your home secure, because shit's getting worse and worse and worse out there. I saw a post this morning. I've not looked into detail, but I don't really feel any gut doubt in this being factual. Hold on a minute. Hello, David. You all right, matey? My fine Scottish friend. An alien enters my home and be digging a big hole over the hill in the forest behind the back garden. End of story. Like I said, castle doctrine, and that applies to Scotland as well. Your home is your castle. You can defend it using lethal force if necessary. But again, you've just got to make sure that you can hold your own in court. We need to be aiming as we move along, right? Because at the moment we're like that, right? That's us. That's the normies, right? And this is the lawful and legal system, right? As we move forward over the next few years, a lot of us are going to branch off and live parallel until these start to notice that the grass is actually greener on the other side. So you'll get more and more people trying to do the same. It's going to be a bigger challenge for a lot of these people because they've not spent the last 5 years prepping like I have, like you have, So they're going to have to really, really dig deep to find a way to do that. Where are we? Yeah, so common law, you've got common law on your side. Yeah, and that's another thing about common law, people think the Magna Charta, because there was one, then it was revised. That wasn't down to a king thinking, hold on, my subjects have got a really, really, really shit life, really tough time. They need to have more rights. That wasn't the case. The Magna Carta came about because pretty much most, if not all, of the barons of the country were sick and tired of paying such high taxes to the king. So they formulated the Magna Carta, which they had to include us into it. So it was more for their benefit than ours. It always has been. It always has been. I was about to say it always will be, but it won't always. It won't always be. Always will be. It won't always be the case. Like I said, massive societal change, massive, a proper great reset, but on our terms. But like I said, we're relying on absolute defiance and total non-compliance, and finding a way to navigate through this. Because again, when they bring out the brick card, and that's your digital wallet. Well, that's your CBDC. That's it. Tick. That's them. They've completed the CBDC thing, right? The Online Safety Act, again, trying to get verification, and eventually I'll move on to biometrics and stuff like that. That will eventually become your digital ID. So that'll be the CBDC's digital ID done, and then they'll just build on that. And whilst they're building on that, they'll restrict your freedoms more and more and more and more and more. And then it'll get to the point where eventually you'll be refused this service. You'll be refused that service. You won't be able to buy that to eat. You won't be able to buy that to eat. You won't be able to buy that to eat, because you're not up to date with your vaccines. You're not up to date with your jabs. So in order to live a relatively, and I mean that sarcastically, a relatively normal life, you've got to do everything that they tell you to do. Everything. So to those of you who managed to avoid getting jabbed, we still have this shit being aerosolized now. But that's nowhere near it's going to be nowhere near as effective as an actual jab in your arm or your leg or whatever. Nowhere near. So got to think outside the box to try and avoid that from happening. But then there's part of me that's thinking there'll be so many people, millions and millions of people kicking off. They'll end up having to backpedal and reassess their ridiculous, tyrannous fuckery, tomfoolery, skullduggery. I love those words. All roads lead to Rome. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. So there's three elements to the cabal, or whatever you want to call it. Three elements. And that's military, finance, spiritual, religion, right? So there's what is essentially a separate country within North America, a separate country by its own right, known as Washington, D.C. That's the military arm. And then in England, a separate country within England. It's got its own police force, its own rules, right? and that's the City of London. That's the financial arm. And then in Italy, which is the only country, as far as I'm aware, that's got two countries within one country, San Marino, which is very wealthy, highest GDP in the world per capita, and the Vatican City. That is the religious arm. And there's so much control in religion. Religion is control. That's what it is. And division, another form of division. Getting people to be so afraid that they might have offended God, that they'll sit at the bottom of the bed saying 50 fucking Hail Marys. I don't even know what a Hail Mary is. So this is why I don't follow any religion. I follow no religions. I have an interest in certain religions, but I don't follow any of them, because all of my faith, all of it, every single last drop of my faith is invested inwards. And I believe that that's where it belongs, you know? So you lead yourself. No fear of any deity, no fear of anything like that, because you are the captain of your own ship. You lead yourself and lead by example. And the leading by example bit is just that's just part and parcel of it. That's just a byproduct of it. But yeah, I was talking to one of our lovely lot, you know, the other night, and just talking about not the current Pope, but the one before that. I mean, if you look at that Pope, what was the name of the last Pope? Just want to show you something, you know. Bear with me, you know I don't like fucking about my phone. Who was the last Pope to die?
Here is information from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia.
Was that 2002? Yeah, you see, I don't think you can. You know, if you have a look at some photos of this guy and him close up with children, and you know, I look at this guy, and considering he's the Pope, you know, he's meant to be the in-between man between God and mankind. To anyone that believes that shit, I certainly don't. But the creepiness that I get just from looking at the last Pope, is 10 times. He's 10 times more insidious than, say, Klaus Schwab, for example, and he's an insidious fucker, you know. And that was the leader of Catholicism, which is the biggest arm of Christianity in the world, you know. And they hold so much power. It's so corrupted. It's so dark, so dark. That's what I mean. I don't get people why they would, after everything they've learned recently about how much we've been lied to throughout history, and then the amount of nonsense that within the Catholic Church, significantly more than normal, you know, all concentrated within that, you know, that should speak volumes to people. So how you can continue to follow a religion like that is just beyond me. It doesn't compute. It makes no no practical or common sense to me at all. So true. The intelligence test, that was 2020. Intelligence test for what, David? I'm sorry, mate. I've kind of gone off on one again. I do that. Lauren, yes, and we passed. Yes, and we passed. Yeah, this is what happens when I start getting carried away, because I end up losing the thread of what people are talking about. I do apologise. You know, I don't mean to do it. You know, I don't. You know, I'm never intentionally rude, really, never intentionally. But every now and then, I might be a little bit forthright and passionate and speak my mind, but it's always the truth. And if it offends anyone, you know, again, offence is taken, not given. Many more tests to come, and we will pass those as well. Yes, we will. Yeah. Every single day we're tested, because not only are we living in the real world, you know, the working class is the real world. So not only are we being tested as by default by being working class and getting financially hammered by a corrupt, tyrannous government, we're getting tested by our own government, you know, and the environment, our country is changing rapidly. So, let me just catch up on this first. Pope Francis, yeah. Thank you, Lana. Just be nice and kind in life and help others. Always. You know, sometimes I'll go on about the stupid people. You know, they're all fucking stupid. IQs have dropped. You know, how can you not see what we're seeing after 5 years? You fucking moron. You retard. Stuff like that. But then I'll go out and I'll see someone that looks like they might be in distress, and I'm compelled to go over and help if I can, or at least try and find out if they need any help or if there's anything I can do. You know, so I go from thinking like that to then being in reality and just being kind, because it's innate in most of us, you know, to not be horrible bastards. You see, this is it. You've got one extreme, and then you've got another extreme. I had this conversation with Lana. One extreme, you've got people with unbelievable wealth that are some of the most twisted, sickest, evil monsters, pure evil. You know, they lack all of those beautiful human traits that we've got. They lack them all. Because I don't think you get to that sort of level of wealth without being an evil, twisted, horrible, manipulative, absolute scumbag. And then that's passed down to from generation to generation genetically. It's also passed down through how they bring their offspring up, because they would teach their kids the same way. And then so you've got this extreme end of sick, twisted, adrenochrome addicted, manhunt parties where they'll send someone out to the woods, some vagrant or someone that they've kidnapped, give them a 5 minute, 10 minute head start into the Black Forest or somewhere like that. and then they'll have hunting parties going out hunting after them. You know, when you've got that much money, you've bought everything. There's nothing left to buy. There's nothing left positive to experience. So what else is left? So they end up going to the dark side, you know? So that's one extreme. And then right down the other end, or up the other end, you've got people that are beings of light, you know, just innately good people, not necessarily pussies, you know, not necessarily, he's really, really soft, you know, just asking for a tenner, he'll just give it you, you know, we're not talking about naive little pussies here. We're talking about people that are just innately good throughout, and extremely wise, and you know, plus you can feel when you're around bad fucking people, that you can feel that energy. You can just feel it, you know. You can feel it through a screen, you know. Whenever I've seen Klaus Schwab turn up on the screen, I've just thought that is one seriously fucked up Bond villain bastard, you know. But then I've seen beautiful people, lovely people, you know, on the screen that I've felt, and I've met lovely, beautiful, pure people when I've been out and about, and I've felt it. You can feel it, you know. Some people call it an aura, some people just call it chemistry. It doesn't matter what you call it. It is what it is. And that's not one of your five senses, is it? So, where are we? And yeah, Satan, about right. But he's dead now, so he's not. You know, they reckon Satan's coming back, Jesus is coming back, every fucker's coming back. I don't know if I told you that about that little meme. I probably did. Well, I do average of 4 hours, sometimes longer, in a live stream every week in, week out. You know, so I don't know what I've said and what I haven't said. Trying to cover that length of time every week without trying not to repeat yourself. It's very difficult. But yeah, there was a human and an alien interacting, and forgive me if I've heard this before. Interacting, so you got this alien and this human just chatting away, like, and the alien mentions, yeah, and we've heard it. You've seen Jesus. He comes to see us every year. Comes to our planet every year, and we sit around the campfire. We have underneath the trees, and we have a right laugh. I love it when he walks on water. Oh, I wish I could do that. And we never run out of wine, you know. And he comes back every year. We have a right laugh. When was the last time you saw him? Asking the human. Well, it was about 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago? Our years are the same length as your lengths of year. And he comes back every, you know, what you would call Christmas. So what happened? You know, what happened the last time he was with you? Well, he was given up by his own, and we crucified him. You did what to him? Well, I didn't do anything. You know, so it's mad. It's mad. Where are we? Ireland used to have its own Pope and Bible before the Roman Empire destroyed it with the help of the monarchy of England and inverted everything. Inversion's what we're seeing now on everything. But as long as you can see it, that's part of your defense, you know. Christianity used to be about truth at its core. Yeah, but again, Christianity is based on people's perception of Christ, and people's perception of Christ is Jesus Christ. So, you know, was he the Son of God, or was he a smart, really, really smart guy? Who knows? Did he exist at all? Who knows? I've got no proof. I've got no evidence. But I believe in a creator. I've got no evidence of that. But it's sure as shit a lot better than the Big Bang Theory. The 2020 vax rollout. Yeah, I mean, that was a massive wake up for a lot of people. Hello, Lily. Hey, all right, darling. I'm glad you're I'm glad you're not fiddling around with your phone whilst you're driving. You want to get yourself one of them self-driving things. They're all the rage over there. No. But yeah, thanks for joining us, Lily. Much appreciated. They get to the top positions because they are the worst of the narcissists, psychopaths, sociopaths, the worst of the worst, and they don't care who they step on to get up there. No, they don't. They are utterly ruthless, you know. And you only have to look at. I mean, I can't make excuses for him, but I'm trying to sort of give maybe a little bit of an insight into why Starmer is so much of a cunt. You know, he was exposed to Jimmy Savile at a very, very, very young age, so he was probably exposed to lots of other weird, odd stuff, you know, from a young age, and it's turned him into. They've just molded him and brainwashed him and turned him into the heartless, soulless cunt that he is today. But people like Angela Rayner, the ginger growler, she's just a born narcissist and sociopath, which are the two younger, smaller siblings of a psychopath. Hence, follow the white rabbit. If you look up the molecular structure of adrenochrome and tilt your head to the side, you'll see the white rabbit. Let me see if I can get that up on my phone, Lana, and just say we've got an on-screen visualization of what you're trying to put across. Oh man, just putting this in as a search, you know. So what's that? The molecular? Did you say the molecular? Yeah. The molecular structure of adrenochrome. Coincidence or not? Come on, fucking hell. Right. Can you make that out? The two little ears of a rabbit. And then you've got the head and the torso. Mad. Again, it's difficult to work out between the symbolism that we know they use and numerology, it's quite difficult sometimes to be able to discern between deliberate symbolism and coincidence, you know. But I think you're probably onto something there, Lana. You know, you usually are. Frequency, dogs sense it too in others. Yeah, they do. Yeah, if especially Zephyr, because she takes a little bit of work. You know, she might come up to you and have a little bit of a sniff around, like, who the fuck are you? That sort of thing. You know, and then people go down to stroke, and she'll be like, I'll come to you when I'm ready for a stroke. Don't just assume you can touch me. Don't fucking touch me. And then she'll just suss them out gradually, you know, over the duration of like an hour or something like that. And if you're all right, she'll move in, you know, and tail or wag a little bit. But yeah, when she doesn't, some people she'll take to straight away. Storm, she's just a little whore, you know. Anyone who's prepared to give her a fuss. Yeah, Zeph a bit more what do you call it? So she helps me in my cunt detection. Where are we? Humans are generally nice and lovely. Fallen angels are not. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Again, it's quite challenging for a lot of us at the moment, because we're seeing all of this shit happening around us, and a lot of these people are completely unaware of it. And we could do with them knowing more about what we know, just so that we can just get more awareness and get the numbers up quicker, you know. So we do get pissed off and frustrated and impatient with them, but I would agree. I think the vast majority of people are inherently good people. Google Chrome is named after it. I did wonder, Lana, because it's not that, you know, they don't use like a metallic color for their logo or anything like that. So it's not as in, you know, when you get chrome on a bike or chrome on a car. Yeah, makes sense, Lana. And the Chrome logo is 3 times 6s. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah. As the sign of Satan, Facebook, Mark of Cain, Gmail, Mason, Gmail, Mason, apron, all hidden in plain sight. A lot of this is open in plain sight. People think that they have to go really, some stuff we have to go really digging for. But a lot of stuff, because it's there in plain sight, we don't have to do that much digging. We just need to start digging on the stuff that's in plain sight. But it's always a case of following the money. You follow the money. But most people are too fucking lazy to do that, you know? And now we've got the AI insurgents, you know, every major platform's got an AI bot attached to it now. And it's, again, it's biased. It's not going to tell you everything you want to know, you know? Why would it want to do that? You see these occasional videos of people saying, listen, this is what I asked Greg, and this is what it told me. You know, usually Americans. No offense, Lily, but yeah, they can be a little bit dramatic, you know. And it'll just say stuff. Again, it's all distractions, smoke and mirrors, and you know, distractions. But there are a lot of people out there that'll type, you know, that'll say something into Grok. Grok will give them an answer, and they'll be like, "Oh, right, that's the truth then." You know, and just leave it at that, because they're too fucking lazy to do a little bit of research, just a little bit. You're never going to find the entire truth or all of the truth that you're looking for on a system or in a system that is geared up against you, ever. Yeah, Disney's very dark. And again, the amount of people that are bigging up Conor McGregor, the guy is a predator. You know, he's a sexual deviant, but he's got the protection of Disney and their top of the range legal team. So you've got a sexual deviant / sexual predator, leave your ear alone, being protected by a corporation that originally started off by a paedophile. Oh dear. Because Walt Disney was a nonce Disney. My dog hates my neighbour and never liked him. Something off about that man. Yeah, that's the great thing about dogs, is that they haven't got any clutter. There's no clutter in their head. They're not thinking about, do you know what, we haven't been out clubbing for ages, you know? They don't think, hold on, I don't like this particular shade of orange on this collar. It doesn't match with anything anything else that I'm wearing. You know, they don't give a fuck about stuff like that. They've got no clutter in their minds at all. They just live in the moment. You know, and we could do with taking a leaf out of their book, but they are very good judges of character. Christianity was around thousands of years before Christ was supposedly born. Again, there's so much information out there, and a lot of it will be underneath the Vatican, you know, miles and miles and miles of literature and information. So it's really, really difficult. We know that history has been changed so much, and it's being changed right now in front of our very eyes in real time as well. So how much of what we've been told is the truth? You know, especially going back a couple of thousand years. Yeah, it's a challenge. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way, David. I'm just saying I don't know. Hexagon. The hex. What was that in relation to? All waiting to be raptured. Any early Christians were warriors too, and led by example because of their belief would lead you into battle. Yeah. Because I used to go to Sunday school, you know, just get out of the house, get away from a very, 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 very vicious mum, you know. So I used to go to Sunday school. We used to sing hymns there. My nursery, infant, and junior school was a Christian school, and we'd all be sat in assembly. We'd all say the Lord's Prayer before any classes, and then at dinner time, before we ate anything, we'd all have to shout, "For what we're about to receive, may the Lord make us truly thankful. Amen." You know? What was I saying? It's all waiting to be raptured. Early Christians. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I like the idea of the whole onward Christian soldiers. you know, because there have been warriors within Christianity. A lot of people think that Hindus are all just kind of like, oh no, I don't want any trouble. I don't want to fight you. Can we be friends or just part ways and never see each other again? You know, and I wish you the absolute best. Hindus have got a warrior faction of their structure, you know, are bastards. So yeah, I think within every religion, it's going to have its warrior element, even today. But I mean, I would love to know how many true Christians are out there. Someone sent me this meme again. It was just fucking so good. It was so good because I looked at it and I thought, yeah, it's about right. I just don't know if you're going to be able to see it on the screen. I'll try and angle it so you can, because it's about right. Where is it? Bear with me. I'll try not to spend too much time because I hate being on there because I'm distracted away from what I'm doing. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. I've got so much stuff on here now. I need to have a proper good old clear out. Just so that I can free up some space if nothing else. I've got some tasty stuff on here as well. That's probably not a good idea to share some of that. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it. But I can give you the premise, but it's just, again, it's not as good as watching it's not as good as looking at a meme. Because memes are hilarious and they get past the algorithms as well, because the algorithms can't understand what a meme is, and the algorithms don't get sarcasm either. So I could turn around to you and say, there are so many people out there that want to go and burn all of these hotels down, you know, and that's just not right. That's just not right. That's just pure evil, you know. The algorithms can't pick up on the fact that, yeah, anyway, fill in the blanks. You get me drift. Yeah, I can't find it. So basically it's just a picture of Jesus, or his, you know, the current day depiction of Jesus. Again, you know, the guy was born, you know, in the Middle East. He's going to be a heavily tanned chap. Yet he's depicted as having long mousy hair, longish mousy hair. Same with his little beard and his little moustache. Pure, like white as the driven snow. Probably blue or green eyes, you know. So fuck knows. Again, the whole rapture thing. I'd like to see what his answer is to that. Mud Fossil. Mud Fossil's asking you a question, David. Do you believe in rapture? Lana, Grok logo, Saturn worship. Yeah, isn't Saturn? No, Mars is the god of war, isn't it? What does Saturn represent? Change. I'm picking shit out the area. I don't know, but I know they're all seen in certain ways, aren't they? You know. Satan, Saturn. Ah, right. Thank you. Right, gotcha. It does help just looking down to the bottom every now and then and working my way back up. I can keep on top of it then. Hello, Lego lover. Thanks for joining us. Do you know what? Because I'm shit with names, but don't tell me. I'm hoping it'll come back to me. Is it Tina? Is it Tina? Yeah, let me know if I'm right. Oh, I'm missing a bit. It's just went a little bit fast then. Just bear with me, guys. Hello, Jordan. Thanks for joining us, mate. Lego lover, well impressed with your large grinder. You dirty girl. That's an innuendo. That's the first innuendo of this here Friday Night Live. So here's to many more. Yeah, I'll get grinding them up tomorrow. It's just very disappointed with the amount of apples on that tree. You know, I'm hearing of people saying, I think I'm not sure if it was Jordan actually, or was it someone else? But they were saying that their pear tree, it looks like all the pears on one side of the pears, they all look burned. You know, there's mad shit happening, mad shit. You know, I'm growing stuff. There's some stuff that's growing better this year than it's ever grown, and then there's other stuff that's just kind of average, and then there's other stuff that's just died off. Yeah. But thank you anyway for my the compliment on my grinding abilities there, Tina. I do pride myself on being a good grinder. Do you know, if you squint your eye, if I squint my eyes like that to Lego lover, it looks like Legover. Legover's proper, working class. Oh, he's got that smile. He's had his leg over. Now, they don't use the same kind of humour and lightheartedness. Now it's like he's got cum face. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Does anyone in chat study the stars and the planets? I don't, but I do know and believe that there's something in it, you know. And when certain planets align and stuff like that, there's a lot of occultists out there that have kind of, maybe there's something in it, mate. You know, I don't know, but you know, when you start looking at astrology and things like that, then you can start looking at zodiac signs, for example. And I'm a proper stereotypical Libran man, you know. And I've read loads of books on zodiac signs and stuff like that. And yeah, you know, I was trying to put myself into, just in case it's just changed the fucking wording, right? Because is it Darren Brown, the head fucker? He did a little experiment, and it made him sound like everyone could relate to their individual blah, blah, blah. But it was pretty much using the same script, but just changing a few words around. And that described each star sign. But some of the old books that I've read, and I don't read many, you know, I've tried to compare myself to other zodiac signs, and I've got none of those traits. Yet I've got every single one of a Libra man trait. So I do think there is something in it. I just don't understand it. I don't know how it works. Blah, blah, blah. I shouldn't say blah, blah, blah. That sounds rude. It's not blah, blah, blah. Does anyone else in chat? I've studied astrology for decades. There you go, Mud Fossil. You've got a kindred spirit there with you there. I also love the beauty of a nebula. Me too. Me too. They're so beautiful. You know, that's where stars and eventually planets are born, if that's the case. You know, if we are indeed on a ball flying through, chasing the sun, flying through space. We just don't know. We don't know what our reality is. We guess. We try and pick the most rational one when it could be the most irrational one. We just don't know. Like I said, none of us have been to space. None of us have seen a round globe. We could be on a flat Earth. And there's loads and loads of information out there and experiments that have been done and that could lead to the possibility of that being the case. But there are also loads and loads of things that people have pointed out that I've been able to pick apart and be able to find an explanation for. So I don't sit in any camp. I just keep an open mind, you know. Where are we? Stars tell a story. Yeah. Satan and Saturn. I haven't sadly got a device to cast people's charts at present. Oh, never mind. Maybe next time. That'd be an interesting one. Saturn, god of time. That's interesting, Lana. The god of time. Bearing in mind, everyone feels like time's speeding up, and you've got CERN doing their fuckery and tomfoolery and skullduggery, you know. Something's happening, you know. Something's definitely happening. I think we can all feel that. Right, let me just go back down because missed a bit there. So I am a Capricorn. So Libra. So David. So me and David are Librans. You're a top bloke then, David. You know, kind, considerate. Until we're not, you know. We've got good and bad traits, but everyone has. Everyone. So we've got a Capricorn in here. We've got a Leo. Although a Virgo, I was also born in the year of the fire dragon. Yeah, I can smell your breath from here, Lana. A universally recognizable fragrance, Le Cum. Le Cum. I wonder what the bottle would look like. In fact, let me show you something. Right, so most people have seen how they can. It's an unfortunate job, but people do, and doing that makes it even more inappropriate. But it is actually a job where people go around. Some people do it themselves, but a lot of people get someone in to do it because they're just grossed out by it. And they don't just do it with bulls and horses. They do it with a lot of. Sorry, me roll up was just falling apart, flopping around, like it's got some sort of fag version of erectile dysfunction. So these people get gloved up, get underneath to try and collect the semen, and then they can artificially inseminate other cows, other horses, other endangered animals in zoos or whatever, right? Let me just make sure I'm right. So this is off the back of Michael's very, very posh, expensive French perfume, Le Cum. So talking about endangered species or even mystical creatures, please bear with me on this. So someone bought me a bottle of this. So try getting this out of a unicorn. And they're always horny. It's very creamy with salty undertones. Right, let's swiftly move on from unicorn cum and Le Cum. Astrology is more complicated. You have a rising sign, a moon sign, a Venus, Mars, Mercury, etc. sign. Yeah, it does seem very complicated, but I find it quite interesting. I just don't know very much about it. When I was 6, I would not believe my mum. We were spinning through space. It is a lot for a lot of people to get their head around, and there are arguments against it and arguments for it. You know, again, will we ever get to find out the truth? Who knows? Who knows? But I do think the truth. I do think the truth is out there. Probably, you know, in the vast, fucking massive library under the Vatican. You know, that I think if we had access to that, it would change our perception on the world, our perception of ourselves, forever. You know, it would turn everything on its head. Science, religion, everything. So there are people out there that know the truth. Wallace and Gromit was on to something. Is the moon made of cheese? If it was made of cheese, mate, I would send a rocket up there to blow it the fuck up and then just go around. It would make a right mess. I mean, debris everywhere. Yeah, debris. Fuck me, that's so bad. I'm so sorry. We are definitely IMO. in my opinion, on a round planet due to astrology and how amazing it is. I wish I could chat and not write. One day I'll get a channel. Yeah, honestly, Tina, you've already got a channel. Literally already got a channel. All you need to do is start putting stuff on there. You know, start putting your own content on there. And whenever I find out that someone's got a channel, I always subscribe. Always. Jordan of JS Devon Outdoors. He's got a channel. But if anyone puts a short out, I can't comment on it. There's no box for me to put a comment in the shorts. So I can't comment. All I can do is like. So I did see your video, Jordan, of going blackberry picking. You did a little panoramic video of a beautiful stretch of river. I saw it, but I couldn't comment on it. It won't allow me. Where are we? Where's your moon, Lana? I bet you any money now, right? She's just pulled down her leggings and her knickers and she's gone, there it is. Pulled it back up. There's my moon. Or no, she'd say, there it is. There's my moon. Right in your face. Oh, it's terrible. Sorry, Lana. But yeah, you've already got a channel, Tina, or Lego lover. I have Libra rising. Oh, do you? Do you now? Actually, Lorna, you're right. I do apologise. It's very inappropriate. Jess, have we missed your birthday? Unicorn. Yeah. I can't even remember what it tastes like, to be honest. Someone bought it me and I don't even know if they even paid attention to the label, you know. But as soon as I saw it, because my mind works on the language of innuendo, you know. I love innuendos. It's just they're just so British. But as soon as I opened, you know, the packaging and saw it, I was pissing myself. I'm like, where did you find a unicorn? And talking of traditions and stuff like that, if you live in say the Midlands, so Nottingham, Derby, Leicester, Birmingham, maybe not Birmingham, but I think Birmingham you probably gravitate more towards the coast of Wales. But most of the people, most of the towns and the cities, more or less in the Midlands, if we wanted a working class holiday at the seaside, we'd go to Skegness. And in the space of 1 week, 8 kids have gone missing off Skeggy Beach. 8 kids. I believe they found, without looking, I think they found either 2 or 3 within a few hours. But I'm thinking, so that's where we would go, to Skegness, right? If you lived a bit further up north in sort of Lancashire way, if you wanted a seaside holiday, you'd go to Blackpool. And I saw some footage earlier on of someone that on X was just filming around Blackpool. You know, I've been there so many times, you know, as a kid and working there as well. And proper British. It's a poor man's. It's like a poor man's Las Vegas, right? It's the ultimate seaside town resort, right? And he was just filming it. And there were just thousands of, lovely sunny day, thousands and thousands of people. And I spotted about 2 or 3 white people. They've completely taken over. Yeah. What a shame. Anyway. Unicorn. This is why I don't eat in Virgo. This is why you don't eat. Have I read that right? Hold on. All right. I read part of one person's comment and then finished it off with someone else's comment. So I had a splice of the two. You know, this is what a retard looks like, pretending not to look or act like a retard. So this is why I don't eat meat. Probs human. I was watching something earlier on, and I probably won't be able to find it, but it was a name. It was a name of a meat producer, and the way that they put and there was some context to it as well. Yeah, I'm getting more and more and more and more paranoid about meat. Because I know that it can say you can spend 20 quid on a couple of chicken breasts that are from organic chickens that are roaming around. I've got some in my freezer, right? 20 quid for 2 chicken breasts. Now, but as chicks, they could have been jabbed with mRNA. I've seen how they do it at speed. It's all automated. They just gently clamp onto loads and loads of chicks and spin it, inject, spin it, inject, spin it, inject, spin it, inject, and it just carries on. Another load of them, all live chicks. And then those chickens go on to be fully grown chickens and then butchered and sold off as thighs and chicken breasts and, you know, and all of that. Or then sold on to be to the public as laying hens. So is that being passed down into the eggs? You know, this is so fucking sick, it's so twisted, because we've not had any say in that. You know, they're determined to get us, aren't they? The sun and moon both in Virgo. 12th house. Oh, I'll leave you two to talk amongst yourself because I don't know what you're talking about. I'm 41 on Tuesday. Oh, happy birthday in advance, there, Jordan, mate. You're still a young'un. You're still a whippersnapper. If you know what you know now, imagine what you'll know in 10 years' time. You know, with the kind of mind you've got. Libra rising attracted to Librans and vice versa. Right. So is Libra, when you say Libra is rising, I don't understand it. Am I getting a semi on? Can you tell? Is it something like that? Where are we? Yeah, Skeggy. Yeah. So they found a couple of the kids, but some of them are still missing. And if Skegness is anything like what I saw from this English-British bloke who decided to go to Blackpool, you know, for a week's holiday camping, to be met by that, feeling like they're literally in a foreign country. So if it's like that there, then fuck knows where it's like at Skeggy, you know. And where were the fucking parents of these children? Look, I know. Every now and then it's like as soon as you blink, you put something down, and you turn around, and fucking have ran off. You can just see them paddling around in the waves and stuff. But we've got to be hyper vigilant with our kids now more than ever, because we've got predator after predator after predator after predator after predator coming in. I had an argument with some bloke who was trying to stick up for Islam and big up Islam, and I just said, look, it doesn't matter how you try and sell it to me, mate. Your prophet was a false prophet who stole all of the ideas from Christianity and a couple of other religions, and he took a 6-year-old baby, because I would still see a 6-year-old as a baby, as his wife, as one of many. So I'm not going to trust the words or the religion based on some barbaric nonce, and they want to bring that culture over here. I'm not having any of that. I used to go to Skegness. Yeah, I've got loads of happy memories of Skegness. I think it was my first ever camping experience in a tent. Was at Skegness. Rose, my oldest sister, she would have been about maybe 13, something like that. I would have been 11. And so we were just left in the tent whilst Mum went out with whatever husband she was on at the time, and left Rose in charge, and we were just in the tent on her own. So she was the oldest at like 13 years old, 13, maybe 14 years old. And I can remember we were just sat in the tent. It was night time, and all we heard was hello, and like a tapping on the tent. We undid it, and the youngest, which I think was Gemma at the time, she'd only crawled out through this little gap under the tent and was working her way down this bank to where a river was. Okay, now I mean that could have been horrific. Well, this is why you don't leave kids in charge of kids. However, it does make them grow up quicker, but I still don't agree with it. Where are we? Yeah. JS, interesting age. Coming up for your Uranus. So, Jordan, you're going to get Saturn, which is a big fucking planet, in Uranus. All I can say is just brace yourself and make sure you've got plenty of lube. I don't know how else to advise you other than that. Interesting age coming up for you. So some people have a midlife crisis. Not bad. For example, they go and buy a motorbike. Hope you have a lovely birthday. I've never had a midlife crisis. I've had a whole life crisis. But I've never gone out and bought anything stupid because I just think, oh no, I'm halfway through my life or 2/3 through my life and I've not achieved anything or blah, 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 blah. I don't think like that. But I do see it, the way they treat animals is enough to say no. Yeah, it's not just the way that they treat animals, the whole kind of halal thing. The Jews, I mean, kosher butchering is just as bad. You know, the similarities between Islam and, because there are different types of Jews, but there are so many similarities. You know, the way that they butcher their food, the fact that one type of Jew follows a certain book or Bible. Lana, help me out. What's the name of that book again? So you've got Islam with the Quran, and then you've got a certain type of Jew, I can't remember which one, that follows another book that that Lana's going to put in the chat for me, I hope. Talmud. Thanks, Lana. I knew you'd come through. Have a look at the Talmud, then have a look at the Quran, right? Both violent as fuck. And that's a Jewish, sacred Jewish book, like the Quran is to Islam, right? So you take those two things into account, massive similarities. Take into account that both of these faiths, if you like, are trying to take over. Both of these faiths, if you like, mutilate the genitals of young boys, baby boys, without any local anesthetic. And then some of them eat the foreskin. You know, there's loads of similarities, loads. There's definitely a connection between the two, which is why we're seeing what we're seeing on the streets of the UK. You know, being told that we can't put our flags up. Come and tell me to take my flag down. Come and tell me, you know, come on, you know where I live, motherfuckers. And then there were in certain places where there's a big, very big Muslim Islamic community, which is in a lot of places now. And they all went, they were all out in the streets, blocking roads, and, you know, because they were celebrating the independence of Pakistan, Independence Day for Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't have an Independence Day. They were, well, not really. They were booted out of India because they were a fucking pain in the arse. So they annexed off part of India, Southeast India. Yeah, have that. Just fucking stay away from us. If they want to call that independence, you fill your boots, you know. Whereas if we want to go out and have a massive celebration of tens of thousands of people, you know, it's like you need to run it by us first, so we can police it properly, so we can make sure this doesn't happen, so, you know, the public is safe and blah, 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 blah. You know, this lot, do what you fucking want. And the entire library was illuminated from these projectors with the Pakistani flag. Sure, it was Birmingham, I think. The double standards. It gets on my tits, and I know it gets on everyone else's. When you take your first breath, a chart is cast, and the position of the planets is laid out, and the rising sign in the sign rising in the horizon at the time. I didn't know that. Again, it does sound quite complicated to me, but it would sound complicated to someone that doesn't understand it. You know, if you really understand it, it's not going to be complicated to you at all. And there'll bound to be at least one or two people in the chat that will get exactly what you're talking about. I think the midlife crisis has been last year and this year, on the up these days, being considering getting driving, lol. Do you not drive then, mate? It's unusual. Well said, T. Hypervigilance required anytime in populated areas, anywhere now in the country, especially where kids and lasses are concerned. Even blokes now, a few have been raped by them. Yeah, I mentioned the first one. There's been another one since, you know. So, you know, I might actually wait until these barracks have been finished and then dig out one of Sally's old wigs, stick a dress on, hide me beard, and try and entice one to try and take advantage of me. Only one of us will walk away. And that'll be proper justice. Again, if the police are failing us, wouldn't you need to know the born date, time, and not the birth, as the two are different? One is the birth certificate fake, and the one real born date. Yahweh in Old Testament was an evil god and still exists today. I agree. There's a lot of darkness in. Look, I was having this conversation last night. You know, where's that line? Where is that line between religion and cult? Where is that line? Because I don't really see one. You know, if you look at maybe say the top 5 typical traits of a cult, what we would consider to be a stereotypical cult, and then you look at the aspects of religion. Again, this is why I'm not a religious man, because I just find too many holes in it. Right. Time, date, and place of birth needed to cast the birth chart. Right. What is your views on trans? What is your views on trans people and pride? I'm going to design a flag for straight people and have months of celebration. I fucking love that. I love that. My opinion on trans, I pointed out based on a study that you can't find anymore now. But it was a real study. So you get some, I do believe that you do get some males that are, as they grow up, they've not had a tough upbringing. They've not got any problems. They're quite balanced, you know, in their life. They've had a good upbringing, lots of nurture, blah, blah, blah. But they've never found females sexually attractive. They've always felt drawn to other men or other boys, right? So I do think some people are born gay. I do think a massive chunk of gay people are gay because they just messed up upstairs, you know, just poor mental health. But I do believe that some people are born homosexual. I do believe that a lot of women are born lesbian, you know. So so if that's like, you know, a kind of a sort of, you know, slightly different structure of how the mind works, then what's to say that gender dysphoria doesn't exist? Because I believe that it does. But back when this study was done, it was 1 in 0.0004%. That's 1 in 4 million. So my argument was, if it's that rare, why the fuck are they teaching it to our kids? Plus, and that's another thing. So you've got your trannies, right? Look, I mean, me and Sal, there's a garden centre just on the outskirts of Hathersage in the Peak District, and we I can't remember why we went in there. I think we were looking for some like purple or plum slate to make a little feature at the front of the caravan, right? Went in there, and there was the most butch kind of blokey bloke, you know, beard, dress on, makeup on, you know, just a nice bit unusual, but you know, he was very helpful. But a lot of people look at transvestites or trannies, or is that a trans man or trans woman? When a man thinks he's a woman, I can't remember. I can't remember because I don't retain information that's absolutely fucking abhorrent. There's no need. But some people do get mixed up with these two things. Okay. What is the name when men dress like women for sexual gratification?
According to ScienceDirect.com, transvestism involves recurring, intense sexual arousal from cross-dressing, manifested as fantasies, urges, or behaviors. Transvestic disorder develops when transvestism causes extreme distress or functional impairment.
Not the kind of people you want around your kids. You know, if it's literally a perversion. So a little boy just always being drawn to other little boys and hanging around with girls because of the feminine kind of aspect of, you know, not all gay men are feminine. In fact, the really feminine gay men out there do my fucking head in because they just suck the life out of you. Pardon the phrase. Excuse the phrase. They're too much. They're too fucking flamboyant. Yeah, you know, transvestite story time, and it's a perversion. Again, it's a perversion. You know, there are people out there are people out there, there are blokes out there that probably, you know, secretly dress up in women's clothes and stuff like that. You know, the world's made up of all sorts of unusual, strange types of people. But I think you can take it too far, and because gender dysphoria is so rare, there's no need for it to be in our schools. But because they've implicated it or implemented it into our education system now, it's fucking with impressionable minds. So it's got girls now wanting to be boys, boys now wanting to be girls, girls not sure if they want to be a girl or a boy, boys not sure if they want to be a boy or a girl. And then you've got boys and girls that want to be a fucking furry or a Furby or whatever you fucking are. You know, this is our education system for you. It's absolutely fucked. It's poisonous. Ugh. Right. I don't drive. Never really needed to. Fair enough, mate. You'll have saved yourself a fortune. Just give you it's convenient. you know. You just chuck just a tent and a sleeping bag and rucksack in the back, enough for your stuff for your dogs and that. Just take off into the countryside and go and appreciate nature and the medicinal benefits of that. Where are we? I believe it's in the food. I do, which is why I'm trying to grow as much as I can. Grow as much as you can, and please just build and 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 build on your foraging skills, because it's all organic food and it's free. And if you want fresh organic meat for free, but even then, that's not going to last forever. Wood pigeons, I mean, they're so easy to. They're once you've got a clean shot, in the down, extracting the wood pigeon breast, which is what you want from the wood pigeon. It doesn't need to be a bloody messy affair with feathers all over the fucking place and all that. It's very, very, very simple and very easy, very, very straightforward to do. So there's an option for good meat, because we need meat. Our brains need meat, in my opinion, just based on coming up to a century worth of research. So just saying. I do think it's unfair straight people can't have a celebration too. I totally agree. We have a 2-minute or 3-minute silence for our fallen on Remembrance Day. These fucking weirdos get a month. For what? For what? A man can't be a woman and a woman can't be a man. It's impossible. It's impossible. You can think that. You can think that as much as you want. So if anyone, which is highly unlikely, anyone that's a trans woman or a trans man watching me now, you call yourself whatever you want. Dress however you want. It's no skin off my nose, but don't expect me to be drawn into your fucking crazy fantasy world. It's not happening. And I will protect our kids from you. I'm spiritual, not religious. I think that describes me as well, Lana. Religious books teach that you are separate from Creator. I believe that we are all part of Creator, all connected. I agree. And what a beautiful, beautiful thing, I checked my bookshelf, Terry. Wild Drugs, A Forager Guide to Healing Plants. Zoe Hawes. Zoe Hawes. Haven't read it, but I will. Let me write that down so that I know. Because all I had was grow your, from the last live stream, all I had written down was grow your own drugs. So the following day, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, right, I need to get some poppy seeds. Just get a pen. Oh, there's one here. But Lego lover, Tina. Yeah, I mean, to be completely honest with you, where the fuck's it gone? Yeah, the green Bible. It lists pretty much every single plant for, and not just plants, seeds, berries, well, plants and anything that plants can produce, right down from the flowers to the seeds, down to the roots, to the stems, to the leaves, you know, and everything in between. There's so much in there. The Green Pharmacy is probably the best book I've ever bought. So I'll have a look into your book. You have a look into this one if you haven't already. James Wong. You see, James, he was probably proper anti big pharma, you know, and he's just seen that it's all wrong. Fucking hell, terrible dad joke night tonight. Wong. Now that's probably a Chinese name, right? Now, I was just, again, this is another reason why everything seemed to all of a sudden I got tight for time, right? So instead of being a 9 o'clock kickoff, it was 9:15, because Kev, again, next door, I was outside. I just uploaded I just did a little video on my grinder, you know, and getting the apples ready and that. And I was just about to just watch it back first and then just post it and then crack on. And I was just listening to it back. Pokes his head over the top, like, got a beer for you, Terry. I'm thinking, oh no. I can't stop and talk, mate. But I couldn't be rude because the guy's just giving me a bottle of beer, you know. However, we did fit quite a lot of information and conversation into a very, very short time before I had to jump in there. I just kind of scratched my finger like that because it doesn't look so rude as I'm just glancing over to the left-hand side to look at my watch and realising that I was getting tight for time. I said, right, I've got to take my bitches out. Cheers for the beer, mate, blah, blah, blah. And that was it. I was gone, right? But I just thought the irony, right? Because in China, the vast majority of medicines in China are natural. Yet the vast majority of pharmaceuticals, or a massive chunk of the pharmaceuticals that's used in the West, are made in China. So they're making all of this shit like, oh, we don't want any of this. Just make it. And then we'll just flog it onto America and England, you know, and Australia and blah, 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 blah. Just anywhere that's English speaking, you know. There are so many countries out there that are non-English speaking countries that still use natural alternatives. And that's what I'm trying to get back to. That's what I think we should be getting back to because it works. You know, there are certain aspects of Chinese medicine that I don't agree with. They're like, what you mean? What you mean? Let me ask you a personal question. Oh, that sounded a bit more like a Chinese Jamaican. So when you go upstairs with wife and you want to do fucky, you can't no? Is it a problem? Yeah, it's a problem, mate. I haven't got that problem. Let me just categorize them, just acting it out, right? Next thing you know, they've given you £1,000 worth of powdered rhino horn. So that's one aspect of Chinese medicine that I really fucking despise, is that some of it is going to be placebo. And the fact that they're still killing rhinos on demand just for the tusks for Chinese medicine, bringing them to the brink of, well, a few of them are extinct now already. You know, is it the white rhino now? There's just one left. What the fuck is supposed to do with one rhino? You know, go and tell it to fuck itself. That's not going to work, is it? And I can't remember whether it's male or female. So, yeah, there are very, very questionable aspects of traditional Chinese herbal medicine, right? But there is also a lot we can learn. You know, they invented acupuncture. A lot of people swear by that if it's done properly. Yeah, they're quite an advanced civilization. But it's like they've got to a certain level and they're just plateaued now. Having said that, there's loads of nations out there that have gone like that and just taken a proper fucking nosedive. Oh dear. Right, where are we? Sorry, not the subject, but a follow-on from last week. Let me just, sorry, I'm waffling on again, guys. I do apologise. Grow your own drugs. Yeah. Oh, I remember. Yeah, because I remember I wrote it down. I did write it down, but that was the only reference I had. Was just grow my own drugs. Do I need to get to like a little poppy farm going on here or what? But yeah, I remember. I do remember. Thanks. I will check out the book you mentioned. Yeah. Grow your own drugs because it's important. And one of the best, antibiotics are so bad for you. You know, only under extreme circumstances, in my opinion, should you take antibiotics, pharmaceutical grade antibiotics. You know, there are so many natural antibiotics out there, completely natural. Garlic's one of them. There are loads. It's just so many people, because we've been manipulated. We've had our brains manipulated for, over 100 years. And that's been passed down from generation to generation to generation to generation, to the point where we don't get asked anything about our health problems. Like, what's the problem? Here's some drugs. That's it. They just treat you. They don't fix you. So I think it's quite difficult for some people that are very still twisted up into the system, trying to convince them to come off statins or that don't work, and then go on to taking a hawthorn tincture instead. They'll be so apprehensive because they've been programmed, Like, what if I die? The statins don't work anyway. This does, in my opinion. Do your own research. Where are we? Thanks for the heads up. My elderly mother loves pigeons. She has up to 30 in her garden. Yeah, well, I mean, there's pigeons and there's pigeons. I mean, wood pigeons are a bit choosier. They're a little bit choosier about where they nest, what they eat, who they hang about with, who the mates are, Whereas your city centre pigeons, they oh man, there is a famous saying, you are what you eat. And city centre pigeons, they're opportunists. They'll fucking eat any old crap, any old shit. So a city centre pigeon would be an extreme last resort for me. But wood pigeons, you know, there are rabbits down the bottom of the field as well, and then I've got a little blow up sort of dinghy thing, so I could take ducks out at night. You know, you shoot a duck at night, it's not going to sink, not yet. You know, you've got enough time to get over to it and get it into your little dinghy and fuck off home. So yeah, there are loads and loads and loads of solutions, and less and less and less and less trust in shop bought meat because of the mRNA compromise. 20 kilo bags of corn. Oh, that's so lovely. You know, because she obviously really, really appreciates the little simple things, you know, like feeding the pigeons. Most places you go to now, it's like, don't encourage the pigeons. You go to the seaside, don't encourage the seagulls. You know, we want that, and we crave that interaction with nature. So it's not like one of them's going to swoop down and take your fucking kid off or your dog. It's just after your fucking Cornish pasty or your ice cream or your chips. That's all. Doesn't want your kid or your dog. Twopence about in to prance about in vulgar attire. Yeah, you made that sound very posh. Very, very posh. Yeah, again, it's combined knowledge, Tina. You know, you can't beat it. You really can't. How's your tobacco getting on, T? Bet they've exploded, heat wave, and you have had mine. Mine have decided to explode. Greenhouse is full of them. I posted a little mini video in the shorts section of the channel, and it was just basically me panning up from the name of the plant so people understood what the plant was, so I didn't have to explain. It was self-explanatory, and it just so you could just see the stake saying amber leaf on it, and then I panned the camera all the way up this tobacco plant, so all you could see was these beautiful flowers on the top. So it's on the channel. I did it earlier on today. But all those little tiny farty little miniature microscopic fucking seeds that monster started from something the size of a grain of dust, you know. But I titled the video, please see description, or please see description box, or something like that. You go into the description box, because it was a very short. You go into the description box, and then in there is an X post of where they boiled down, because there are nanotech. There's nanotech in being injected into people, right? And quite possibly nanotech being sprayed from the skies. Okay, so I've managed to come up with ways to get heavy metals out of my body. I've come up with natural ways of ridding my body of parasites. My wormwood's still growing. But nicotine can destroy this nano tech, the nicotine, pure nicotine. So not everyone wants to smoke, and not everyone should smoke, you know. But it's the nicotine in the leaves. So they boiled up one tobacco leaf, right? Boiled it up, made it into sort of like a tea, and then added it to this blood. I think it was a blood culture. It showed all of this artificial shit in there, right? And as the nicotine came into contact with all of it, it just melted a bit more, moved on, melted it all, just kept on obliterating it and obliterating it and obliterating it. So there's another cleanse that's extremely important moving forward, hence me doing that video, that short. And it had to be a short because it gets more reach. People need to know that there are alternatives out there to try and rid themselves of whatever's been either jabbed into them, or they're breathing from the skies, or from people being around people that are shedding a lot, you know. So right, bear with me a sec. Right, so from those tiny little dust-sized seeds, I've now got a shitload of these growing. And to give you an idea of size, you know, so I've got 5 of these on the go. Each one is 3, 6, 9, 12. So I've got 12 plants times 5, plus 3 more plant pots with 3 in. I'm just hoping that I can get 2 of these plants to grow at the same time, so I can cross-pollinate them to get seeds, so that I can just start to, I'll never need to send off for seeds again. But I am going to buy some more seeds just as a backup, ready for next year, and then I'll get started off a little bit earlier. But nicotine is, and these little greenhouses are brilliant. You've got a little vent on the top if you want to keep it open or closed. So nicotine is another line of defense against the jabs. We need as many defenses as we can possibly muster, you know. Wormwood, another extremely important plant, and you can, once these have matured, I can put them out. I'll probably maybe just have a few house plants, maybe about 5 or 6 of them, and then plant them sort of mid-spring next year, and just let them just grow in the garden, because they'll just keep coming back. They store all the energy in the roots. Wormwood stores all of its energy, a bit like grass. You know, I mean, you can have what, heat wave after heat wave after heat wave after heat wave, and you know, as the days go by and the weeks go by, you're thinking, fuck me. You look at all the grass and it's just brown. It's all dead. You know, dead. How anything can go, like, you know, 3 weeks, 4 weeks in hot sunshine without any rain, and everything looks dead. And then you get this massive downpour. Within a few days, it's all green and lush again, because all that energy is saved in the roots. It's stored in the roots. Same applies to wormwood. So you can plant it outside. Then you'll have this incredible, amazing medicinal plant grown in your own garden or in a plant pot. You know? I mean, I don't know if you can make them out because they're still very, very small. Oh, yeah, you can see them, look. Just look like microgreens, look. So I've got about maybe 70, 80%, 70, maybe 80 potential plants in there. And I've got 3 of these trays. So if one fails, I've got that one to fall back on, and so on, times 200, 300, you know? So yeah, Lana, I was wondering if I could secure one of those little greenhouses properly, and maybe put some do you know what, this could be an earner, because Michael, can you remember how much you paid for those plugs off the top of your head? And how many did you get? Was it 5 or 6 plugs? Amber leaf. So they'd already been started off, you see. Probably a little bit bigger than what I've just shown you there. Michael bought plugs. I've gone from seed. But I remember them being quite expensive for the plugs because you've already got them going. Once they get going, they fucking take off, right? So if I can figure out a way of putting them, getting them packaged so that they can be postable, that could be a nice little sideline. But then eventually I might have to do it through someone else, because I'll need an online digital ID, and I'm having none of that shit. None of that. When it becomes impossible for me to be able to do lives and upload videos and stuff like that, because I'm not prepared to toe the tyranny line, then that's it. You know, I'm not caving into tyranny. It's not happening. But yes, Lana, I think if I put some duct tape, good old duct tape, it's fucking good for anything, that, you know. Most of the original moon landing was all made of cardboard and duct tape. Yeah, so if I went over just around the plants themselves to keep all the soil in place, and then put one of those plastic lids on top, and then put duct tape around them as well, and then put them into a padded envelope, and just have fragile as fuck all over it in bright red writing, then you should be able to receive a pack of 12 plugs from me for free. And if it works, because you'd be my guinea pig, if it works, then I could start selling them online at half of whatever Michael was selling them at. Again, guys, we've got to be thinking outside the box. We've got to be thinking about other ways of making an income, you know. And this, you know, the whole selling tobacco thing, or selling tobacco plants to people, for smoking, right? So the whole smoking element, and the way you sell that is just like, it's got no additives, unlike the unhealthy version that you buy in a pouch from the shop. That gives you an edge, because you're making it sound better, and you're not lying. You're telling them the truth. All those harmful additives don't exist. right? On top of the fact that you can say that you'd have to be careful about saying that it can, just think about it. You know, you could still so all I'm saying is that is another potential decent sideline. So if I sold 9 small plants off at 15 quid, or maybe £17.50 or something, just undercut all of anyone else on eBay that's doing the same thing, undercut them all, you know, and then just sell them out that way, until I can't access my eBay account anymore, and then try and get someone else to do it for me, and I'll cut them in. But in order for this, like I said, in order for the nicotine to attack these bio nanoparticles, it obviously needs to get into your bloodstream, and not everyone wants to smoke tobacco. But the video attached to the short video that I posted today shows you how they did it, and they made a tea, you know. So they drew all of the nicotine out of it with hot water. Now, if you can do that with hot water and nicotine, then in theory you should be able to do that with alcohol even better. So a nicotine tincture, I don't think I've found anywhere online that sells them, because that could give me a brand new edge. Let me have a quick look on eBay to see if I would have any competition. Bear with me. This is what I mean. Keep thinking outside the box, because we still need to get by, but parallel, because we don't want to be part of this nonsense. Nicotine tincture. Well, what do you know? So if it works, and in theory it should, I'll be cornering the market, the UK market on eBay, by making nicotine tinctures. And at that point, you can sell it. You can sell it at a premium. You know, especially when if you leave a message to say, "Look, email me, and I'll send you some information about." Well, they will have already have done their research. They will have already done their research, which is why they would be buying the nicotine tincture in the first place, or the plugs, or even the separate leaves. So nicotine tea, tobacco tea. You know, there's another cell. I could make so many different products out of the tobacco, but I'm just going to need a bigger house. There's so many things we can do, guys. And if you're sat there thinking, well, I don't know what I could sell, I don't know what I could create, and then you start thinking to yourself, well, what skills have I got? I mean, what skills have I got that I can trade with? You know? And if you come up with none or nothing, right? then it's time to learn some skills that are going to make you useful moving forward. Again, I had this conversation with Lana last night. You know, she's got loads of skills. Yeah. I was thinking, yeah, I can do this, and I'm pretty good at that. Not bad at this. I'm very good at that, and that. And felt quite proud of myself. And then she reeled a list of about 75,000 things off that she can do, and I thought, oh, suddenly I felt like a retard. But yeah, I mean, getting some practice in with my suture kit for starters, because without your digital ID and all of that fucking nonsense, and the fact that most of us don't trust the NHS or hospitals anymore, and knowing that there is stuff that's going into local anaesthetics, especially at dentists, people are, you know, they're gonna need, I think, training in doing some training in first aid is gonna serve you well, especially if you can stitch people up. So, like, to anyone that's not seen it, I mean, I have shown it. I did do a video on it, but I'll send it here. And I mean, every single one of my first aid kits are properly packed out, you know, with all manner of things. You know, the only thing I've not got is a defib. That's it. I've even got EpiPens with adrenaline. You know, if anyone's gone into serious anaphylactic shock, I've got EpiPens. They're not cheap. I don't want to tell you where I got them from. So, you know, this here, look, it's a suture kit. So I've got, well, these are non-invasive sutures. So, you know, the little strips that you put across to hold the skin on either side together, without actually doing any stitching. That's what they're for. So I've just got them in there just in case I don't need to go as extreme as to stitching someone up without any anaesthetic, because that's going to be very, very painful. But I've got all manner of different types of stitches, you know. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 20. I've got 30 stitches. Now, they all come with their own stitching needle, all of them, and they're all sealed, hygienically sealed, sterile. So, and like I said, they all come with their own needle attached to the stitch, and then you've got all your tools for holding them, tying them off, snipping them off, you know. And then you've got this practice tub here of lots of different types of injuries that people might have for you to practice stitching on. You know, it's meant to mimic flesh. And then you've got a subcutaneous one there, which means that you've got to do stitches on the inside and then stitch on the outside. Very complicated. But again, you know, this isn't me saying you should buy all this shit, you know. I'm just saying that if you feel like you've not got any skills that might make you valuable to your community, then learn some skills, you know, even maybe getting half decent at a martial art and then teaching people how to defend themselves. There's so much you can do. So much you can do. I'm very, very enthusiastic about shit like this because it's all thinking outside the box. And in order to kind of live in some sort of parallel community, you've got to have some use. You've got to have some uses, you know. I've got about 10 things in my head that I can do. So I can either just do 2 or 3 of them, or I could do all of them and just be paid in food, or favors. So sort of bartering, you know. Anyway, where are we? Oh, I think I've missed a lot of yeah, I'm going to go down a little bit and it's going to just all of a sudden there'll just be bang. Yeah, there we go. Genau. Was Lana gone to bed? I need to hit the hay, folks, before body clock wakes me at 5 a.m. Oh, if I've caught you in time, Lana, sweet dreams, lass, and thank you for joining us tonight. Much appreciated. Right, let me just go through. Oh, there's quite a bit I've missed here. Right. Fuck. Okay. Amazing, isn't it? How big they get for the size of the seed. Yeah, it's mental. Absolutely mental. How something so big and with massive fucking leaves can grow from such a tiny seed, you know. Having said that, big things have small beginnings. Right, okay. And fondle the goodies. What you need to do, David, is reconstruct that comment, memorize it, and use it as a chat line. Let me know how you get on. The land behind my house was purchased by the RSPB. Lana, I am very lucky. I also have hedgehogs visiting. Oh, that's lovely. I've got hedgehog house in the garden, and it's occupied every winter. Get them to pollinate, have seeds for life, thousands of them. Yeah, well, that's my plan, David, is to get some more seeds. I want to get some more seeds because I need to have some ready for next year, because I think it's going to be too late for me to have 2 fully adult tobacco plants that I can cross-pollinate with. You know, it's too late this year. So I need to get some more seeds in as a backup, and then in the meantime, just nurture the ones that I've got. Try and get them as big as possible. I've already sourced some pots for them. They don't need a massive pot, which is also a good thing. Teased tobacco, yeah. And teased tobacco tea. Yeah. I like that, Dave. I hope you don't want to fucking cut for that inspiration. There you go. See, look, nearly 27 quid for 4 plugs, right? Nearly 27 quid for 4 little plugs. I'll be selling 12 at a time if I figure out a way of getting them to survive in the post in the way that I've got in my mind. So Lana will be like a test subject, if you like. And if it makes it to the other side intact, because it is doable in the post, because that's how Michael got his, and how I got mine. But mine turned out to be ornamental, so very pretty but fucking useless. So if I can get that done, I could easily sell 12 for 25 quid, including P&P. So that would be a £20-ish, £20 profit per plant, per set of 12, 20 quid. So if I can sell 10 of them a week, you know, it all adds up. But it's again, I refuse to have a digital wallet. So I might end up having to get someone else to do it for me, and I'll give them a £5 for each one that sells, and I'll take 15 quid. So yeah, that's definitely got my brain thinking, you know, just trying to find ways of surviving outside the system, because I think it's absolutely essential that we start thinking like that. As overwhelming as it might be for some people to try and get their heads around it, it's, you know, it is what it is. Don't be scared, be prepared. Box would probably be better than a padded bag, because most come torn. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'll have a look into cheap little, like, put together flat pack boxes. At least it gives it a bit more rigidity. Okay, so expensive. I want to grow it. Do it mud fossil. Honestly, you can, again, like Michael, you can either buy 4 plugs, but those 4 plugs, if you buy them in spring, you're going to have 4 fully functioning plants that you're going to be able to make tobacco out of from, you know, by the end of that year, you're going to be producing straight away, because this massive plant I've got was a gift from Michael, and it was only about that big when I got it. So yeah, you can get loads and loads of tobacco, and then when you do the cross-pollination thing with little cotton buds, you know, you'll have an endless supply of seeds every single year. Endless. And there are a lot of people out there that they'll never quit smoking. So if they try and make tobacco just so ridiculously expensive, well, it is already, that nobody can afford it anymore. This is why a lot of these Albanians and fucking Turks and stuff like that, they're making fucking mint. They are, because they've got mules coming in. They send people abroad, and they bring, you know, they've got these mules that come back with just, you know, suitcases full of tobacco. Just walk straight through customs, straight in a taxi, straight up, load it off at the little corner shop, the little vape shop or whatever, and then just sell it from underneath the counter. There's loads of shops that do that. So you need to undercut them as well. Let's see if I find a plug plant packaging info. Plug plant packaging info. Yeah, I'd appreciate that, Lana. I know she can't hear me now. She's gone to bed. But I like Tease Tobacco. I like that. I do like that. It's got a nice ring to it. Wear gloves tea when removing the leaves surgically. Type the best. Can get really high. So much nicotine. Skin takes in. I never thought of that. Yeah, they are sticky. I thought it was because of maybe sort of insect waste or something like that. I thought that was why they were sticky. But I literally go straight down at the stem and then cut with a really, really sharp little knife that I always carry a little blade with me, always. He says. Yeah, it's only little, but it's exceptionally sharp. And I've always got that on me. So I do cut it right at the stem and then hold it by the stem and then bring it in by the stem and then puncture through the stem and then hang it. So I never touch the leaves. Apart from that one time where I thought, oh, that's sticky. I wonder if the insects have left some sort of residue on there, and if so, will that ruin it? You know. But now I know what's what because I'm talking to someone that's seasoned in growing it. I need to hit the hay, folks. Yeah. Well, where are we? Oh, everyone's saying good night. Look. Oh, she's just said, I mentioned about 7. She mentioned more than that. She's very talented. Then she's got her art as well. Thanks. Night, everyone. Dr. Terry. Yeah, Dr. Terry or nicotine tea. I don't know. I'll work on it. But Dr. Terry, that would work as well. Yeah, butterfly stitches. Yeah, non-invasive. But there are going to be cases where that's just butterfly stitches just aren't going to cut the mustard. You know, pardon the pun. So stitches are going to be absolutely essential in some cases. And I've not got any practicing yet because it's that time of year. I'm constantly on it. You know. Got over 50 strawberry runners potted up this year, taken 30 mint cuttings, plan to do 30 blackcurrant cuttings later this year. I could do with taking some blackcurrant cuttings. I won't mind getting more of them, actually, a lot more, because they're just massively packed with vitamin C and antioxidants. Really, really good for you, even though I'm not keen on the taste of them. I've just subscribed to your channel, Jordan. Yeah. He's very outdoorsy, Michael. Very outdoorsy. But he lives so far away, you know. It's a shame he can't make it to a wild camp with us, you know. Lego. Oh yeah, right. Okay. I keep thinking it says leg over. You know, that's how my mind works. That Terry's a right dirty, perverted little bastard. And I'm not, honestly, I'm not. I like innuendos, you know, because it's just part of British, it's just British humour, you know, and it was showcased in the 60s and 70s and early 80s in the Carry On films and the Confessions of a Window Cleaner, Confessions of a Taxi Driver. You know, all that shit was like fucking soft porn. That was when it was on the telly. It was bonkers. You know, and apparently we're more liberal now. They won't have shit like that on the TV now. But yeah, I love innuendos. They're very British, and our Britishness needs to be celebrated and protected. Yeah, you got some more subscribers there, Jordan. You need to start putting some more content out there now, brother. You know, it's on. And be consistent and be authentic. Be you know, because people will see through it. My son wants to do this, so I'm in. Good. You're lucky, Terry, to have Lana, because Virgos are very practical. Yeah, she is very, very practical. Very, you know. I mean, I think I've got a very, very practical mind, a very logical mind. Well, the amount of times where she's gone, well, actually, blah 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 blah, and I thought, well, fuck me, why have I never thought of that? Why has that not even crossed my mind? You know, she's done that a lot, which I like. You know, I like having my mind challenged. You know, and I think everyone does, to the point now where having proper small talk with people is like sandpaper on my brain. You know, I love depth of conversation, and it does feel like the world's lacking that a little bit at the moment, which is why I love our little gatherings on a Friday night, because I know that pretty much, if not all of you guys, have got a level of depth about you, some depth, proper depth, and that's nice. You know, makes me feel like I'm around very like-minded people. And if you weren't like-minded, you wouldn't be in the chatting. You wouldn't. If you didn't get everyone and you didn't get me, you know, you wouldn't be there. So I get comfort out of that, you know. And do I need comfort? I think everyone likes a little bit of comfort, you know. I think everyone wants to be understood. But people should never change themselves in order to make it easier for other people to understand them. You know, just stay who you are. Otherwise, you're gonna, you know, make a mess of things. Always be yourself. Always, no matter what. And always speak your mind. I think there's a time to be tactful when speaking your mind, and then a time when not. Just be very, very forthright in what you're saying, but be able to back up what you're saying. Hello, Ray. Good evening. How the devil are you? You okay? Are you on the piss? I used to love that, you know, taking the cassette toilet out of the caravan before we left to go and empty it. And we got on really, really well. They moved, they sold the caravan, and yeah. But we got on really, really well with them. Tracy and Graham. He used to play the ukulele. You know, he used to sit around a campfire or get the chimney going in the middle of the Peak District. You know, some homemade wine and a few beers, and he'd just play the ukulele, and oh, it's so lovely. It was so lovely. But yeah, I'd be taking the cassette to go and empty it, and every single time Tracy would clock me, and she'd go, "Oi, Tez, what?" And I knew what was coming every time. You're taking the piss. Oh dear. You're taking piss. Thanks. Plan to be doing more. Hopefully, got 2 camp outs planned. Garden tour, garden bean, bit of estate lately, some kit and prep videos. That sounds good, Jordan. Really, really good, mate. Because especially the camp outs, because I know you can edit, and you do edit, and sometimes I wish I did do edit. Sometimes I wish I did edit, because it would make me, it would give me more scope to be able to make more videos, better videos, prepping videos. But I refuse to learn to edit, because that's not how the channel started, and that's not how the channel will finish, because that's just the way, that's just that our channel, that's just the way it's always been. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, it'll probably, I think it would take that would take something away from the channel, you know. Long walk and talks, like 15 minutes, sometimes 20 minutes long, sometimes shorter. None of it scripted, all of it just straight from my fucking heart. And but there are certain videos that I could do, but I'd need to edit, otherwise the videos would be like an hour and a half long, which is, I mean, we do live streams for like, you know, 3-4 hours, but that's different because I've got you guys to bounce off as well, so that does make it easier. But yeah, if you the camp outs, you know, doing videos on camp outs where you know, maybe creating a stealth fire, even though there are loads of videos out there of doing that, you know, Dakota fire, Dakota pit. It would be nice to see one of our own doing it, you know, and then just showing us a few of your little bushcraft skills. And even if you don't really get up to much, just situating your camera and just getting a beautiful sunrise, adding that, you know, adding a bit of foliage, maybe a little bird, like a little grey wagtail that hangs around water, or you get the idea. Just be creative, mate, because people find videos like that very, very therapeutic. I do. I love camp out videos of preppers and bushcrafters. I love it. And the garden tour, again, people are really interested in stuff like that. And then what you could get sometimes is people turning around and saying, you know, that final corner of your garden, you could put this and this there, and it would grow perfectly. It wouldn't overtake anything, and it would complement that plant. Blah blah blah. And we all bounce off each other, and you start to get draw inspiration from people, and people draw inspiration from you. You know. So yeah, it'd be nice to see some stuff coming up, mate, but no rush. Glad you're doing all right, Ray. That's good to hear. You've survived another week, sweetheart. And also Terry's recommendation of the brown turkey fig tree. Yeah. Oh my God, definitely get one of them, because I'm pretty sure that that's what they've got across the road. And I've had loads of figs off that, but not one single one of those figs was past their fence line. I didn't sort of go over the fence line. They were all just hanging over. And I think a lot of people walking past have just kind of gone around it and then continued along the pavement, not realizing that those, you know, green and slightly going brown. I don't know why I'm doing that. And not realizing that what they're looking at is actually fruit. You know, it's fig. They're figs. People just walk on by because they don't recognize it. They don't identify it. And that applies to so many fucking people out there. You know, they just walk past nettles thinking, avoid those nettles, stay away from the nettles, you get stung. That's all that's in their mind. That's all they relate nettles to. Getting stung, right? When in actual fact, they're a superfood. So, I mean, I'd be very, very surprised if any of you turn around and say, you know what, on my daily walks, on my daily travels, when I take the dogs out, when I go for a drive, you know, when I go to the shop, I don't come across a single nettle. You know, you will know, at least 99% of you are going to know where there are nettles, stinging nettles, you know. And I'm telling you now, this book will blow your mind. It tells you what time of year to use it for this, what time of year to use it for that. When they go to seed, they can form crystals in the leaves and stuff that can irritate the stomach. But the seeds contain omega fatty acids, which is really difficult to it's a difficult, they're difficult elements of our health that are quite difficult to forage, but they're abundant in stinging nettles when they go to seed. Little round seeds, just crush them up, you know, get them down you. And they're just a great alternative and better for you than spinach. I've had nettles on pizzas. You know, you put them on the pizzas fresh with the sting still intact. It's still intact. So you'd expect to, when the pizzas come out, you're expecting to cut through the pizza and take a bite, and like, oh fuck, I can't hurt because my mouth was swollen because it's all stung to fuck from the nettles that I put on my pizza. You won't get that because the heat of the oven melts those hypodermic needles right back. So to the point where they become innate, you know, way healthier than spinach. So yeah, that's a great book. Please, you know, one more time. I'll show you one more time because I'm so enthusiastic about it. Right? 101 Uses for Stinging Nettles by Piers Warren. And it's not very thick. No, you know, just everything you need to know about nettles in there. And it makes an amazing plant food. Get loads of nettles together, put in a tub that you don't really use for anything else, you know, something that's clean. Add some hot water to it, top it up, or even lukewarm water. Top it right the way up with all the, so you've got all the nettles covered. Just leave it to ferment, you know. And then in about a month, you've like a bit of sunshine and then a bit more sunshine, and take the lid off. And then after you've thrown up because of the smell, because it's so fucking vile, you've got perfect plant food there that you need to water down because it's that strong. But yeah, fig trees, get a fig tree. Please get a fig tree, and please get a grapevine. If you've got a wall that's east facing, if you've got an east facing wall or a southeast facing wall, get a grapevine. They grow fast as fuck, so fast. I won't get any grapes off mine this year, but I will next year. But they do grow quickly, and you'll need to train them. You know, try and keep them in control. Try and get them to arch over. Try and just train them, because they will take over. They'll take over. So there's grapes, figs, you know, and these are plants that will just keep coming back and coming back and coming back and coming back and getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. How's my plums, Ray? Well, unfortunately, I've only got one. I've only got one plum. But if you want to get your fucking gums round my plum, email me and we'll sort something out. If that's not put you off getting your gums around my plum, I don't know what will. I'm terribly sorry. Other than that, all the plums on the trees, for example, they've all gone. They've either been eaten fresh or dehydrated and then eaten and as a little sweet snack, or they've been dehydrated, vat packed down and put away, because I need to make sure this is what people used to do. They used to have places where they could store their produce, you know, and keep it relatively fresh to see them through winter. Now I'm doing a modern version of that by dehydrating it electronically, and then putting them into small vat pack bags, sucking the life out of them, dating them, saying what it is, and then just putting them away. So I've got fresh fruit that I can just rehydrate. Where are we? Well sorted for crumble and custard in the winter months. Yeah. My painting, England, my England. Oh, can you email me, Ray? Can you send it to me? I'd love to see that, because I love the title of it as well, you know, and I can imagine it was very therapeutic to do that. I love art, especially when I know our little tribe's been at it, you know. Leave plenty of room for rhubarb. It takes up a lot of space. Yeah, I've been umming and ahhing about rhubarb, because I know it's a dead cert of a plant to grow. It's just that they grow so big, and believe it or not, as big as that garden is, I'm quite limited as to what I can actually plant into the ground, you know. It's nearly all slabs. 12 plus kilograms of berries and currants stored. I've not got anywhere near as much as that, but I'm working on it. My freezer drawers are filling up very, very quickly, very quickly. I've got pink currants in there, black currants in there, elderberries in there, gooseberries in there, blackberries in there, raspberries in there. I think that's it. Yeah. Good night, Jordan. Sleep well, mate, and have a fantastic weekend, brother, you know, and we'll see you on the flip side. Thank you, Ray. I'd appreciate that. You've got my email address now. A friend of mine only had one plum. We nicknamed him Womble. Boys will be boys, eh? well, it's at the time of me, because I knew it was cancer, right? And at the time of me knowing it was cancer, to have it confirmed, it was life shattering, you know. And life altering, because it changes your perspective. And my particular type of cancer was known as a teratoma, right? But my mates called it a teratoma. Yeah, to just bring some humor into it. I've got no way. I don't know if I've got a way of proving this to you. Let me see if this is. Yeah, here we are. Look, this is my eBay tagline. You see that? Mr. Womble 2009. What a synchronicity is that? Mr. Womble 2009. That's my eBay account. Mr. Womble. So, but the mad thing is, you know, the other Sal used to, she'd make it sound, she'd make a bollock sound posh, right? So she would say testicle. So my testicle almost doubled in size because to compensate for the other one. And then about 3.5-4 years ago, I ended up going for a testosterone test because my mood was down, but it was pretty obvious why my mood was down. I just lost my wife, you know, but they have to look at lots and lots of, did loads of blood tests. And anyway, blah, 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 blah. And my testosterone levels were well down, you know. So they prescribed me something called Testogel, right? But at that time, I was hearing about these hydrogels because the skin is so absorbent. You know, again, suntan creams and stuff like that. All those chemicals are leaching right into your blood supply, right into your body, circulating all those chemicals all around your body. And people wonder why they have a melanoma that started there and then they've got one down here and they've got one up there. You know? So because I was aware of these hydrogels and that these were a form of getting certain unwanted medications into people, I just got paranoid because again it's big pharma. So I thought, you know, so you've got like that's kind of extremely low, that's non-existent, right? And then you've got normal, and then you've got high. You want to be somewhere in there. So by eating the right food and doing the right exercises and keeping myself fit, my testosterone levels went up to about there. So the top half of normal with one testicle. You are what you eat. All right, Storm. All right. You're putting me off, darling. So right, as soon as she hears the word testicle, she goes straight to lick me testicle. I've trained her, you know. That was a joke. Where are we? A friend of mine only had one plum. Yeah. His plum was crushed. Oh my God. Crushed by what? I mean, it's got to, you've got to be, you know, I mean, you've got to be in a certain position really for anything heavy to get at it. So it's evoked all manner of fucking crazy images in my head. Crushed by what? Oh, don't say his missus. Bloody hell, Terry, you've not had it easy. Bless you. Hey, cancer twice, survived twice. No chemo, no radiotherapy, removed in its entirety. Both times. So I consider myself very, very lucky, you know, in that regard. I've had big hits through my life, but a lot of people have, you know. It's what you do. It's what you do with those experiences, and how you choose to move forward with it. You can either. It's so much easier for people to adopt a victim mentality, right? And I've never done that because I refuse to give up. I refuse to give in. And having a victim mentality, people pick up on that, and they don't want to be around you because you end up becoming a fun sponge, you know. Every now and then people get low, and good friends should be there for you, you know. But if you're constantly playing the victim card throughout your everyday life, no one's going to want to be around you. You know, I certainly wouldn't. I'll try and help people as much as I possibly can, but if no matter what I'm doing is not lifting them out of it, you know, try a different tactic, then try another different tactic. But if everything's failed, you've got to give up. The rest is down to them, you know. I've never asked for any help for me to get through my shit. And yeah, there was one night, I've said this live. There was one night I was ready for tapping out. I had everything set up, everything was all done, everything was ready. And I made one quick call, just to say I need to make sure that none of my loved ones comes in and sees me like this. And I also want to make sure that the girls don't starve to death or dehydrate to death. And that was it. You know, by the time I finished, I was on my way up the stairs. And I felt at complete and total peace, calm, you know. Next thing I know, the door was fucking smashed open and my house was full. And that put the end to that. But I was ready for it. I was completely and totally committed. And I'm so glad that I didn't. But that's the one and only time in nearly 53 years of life where I've ever been in a situation like that, where I was prepared to just. Hold on, she's scratching her ears. Hold on, I need to just get her to stop. Leave your ear alone. So yeah, you know, people can get to lows that are extreme, where it just feels like one massive hit, and then just whilst you're trying to sort of find your feet, along comes another massive hit, and whilst you've sustained these massive hits, the entire world goes batshit bonkers with a fake pandemic that changes everything. And then whilst you're recovering from all of that, you start going down rabbit holes, you know. and that can add to the stress, but it can also fortify you. So if it wasn't for what's happened to me in my life, my sword wouldn't be as tempered and as solid and sharp as it is. My shield wouldn't be as impenetrable as it is, and my armor wouldn't be as impenetrable. Fucking hell, that's a tough word. Impenetrable as it is, because I've got my sword, I've got my shield, and my armor's on. I'm ready. You know. But it's took massive fucking hits to get me to where I am now today. You know. Tough times create tough people. That's so true. And the other saying as well that I love, and that is that pressure makes diamonds, because it's the truth. And I'm a big advocate of tough love when it comes to parenting. You know, if you keep doing everything for your kids, you're raising pussies, absolute fucking pussies. You've got to allow them to fuck up and then try and find their own way to fix it. So one common one. Let me just get a top up, right? I'll be back in a sec. One common fuck up that your kids will make is financial, right? So they get themselves into debt, and then the first thing they do is go to Bank of Mum or Bank of Dad. Bank of Mum or Bank of Dad gets them out of debt. They then get into debt again. Bank of Mum, Bank of Dad. Repeating that over and over again, where your offspring is fucking useless with money. Fucking useless. And all you've done by being kind and supportive and caring, all you've done is de-skill them. That's all you've done. He don't know what he's talking about. He's not even a dad. First of all, I have parented. And second of all, I've got a very unique perspective, because not only would I love to be a dad, not only would I make a great dad, I've got a different perspective. Whilst you are a parent, you're inside the jar of parenting, right? You're in it, you know, you're in it, parenting. Whereas because I'm not a parent per se, I'm kind of on the outside of the parenting jar looking in. So I've got a broader peripheral, because I'm not in the middle of it all. I've got a broader perspective from an outsider looking in. So even though I might not be a parent, my opinions are still very valid. Tough love, or you're going to end up with absolute fucking idiots of children. You know, you've got to galvanize them. You've got to make them try and figure out they got themselves into this little mess. Be on standby in case you see them really, really trying, and no matter what they do, they can't sort it out. Then step in as a parent and help them, right? But just try and take a step back and just observe for as long as you possibly can, and then help them out if they really, really can't get their shit together. But if they get into the same fuck up again, right? You tell them, you say, you are on your own. You're on your own, you know? And what you'll end up with are very rounded, tougher, smarter, more streetwise, adults. And that, by default, should pass on to their kids. You know? Tough love. Massive advocate for tough love. You know? When your kids fuck up, you've made your bed, you're fucking lying it, right? Because at the moment, we've got so many fucking wet white teens out there, you know, crying over and losing their shit over the most pathetic shit, right? Because of over-parenting, because of fixing all their problems for them. If ever there was a time throughout human history where we need tough kids, it's now. You're not doing them any fucking favors whatsoever. So that's my 10 pence worth. I don't know how I started that conversation off. Anyway, yeah, positive attitude does help. Yeah, the mind and the body are intrinsically connected. If you can, more than a mouthful is a waste. Oh, Ray. Oh, can you see me blushing? Can you see me blushing? So I've gone a bit hot. So I've got a very vivid imagination, Ray. What was I saying? Yeah, positive attitudes. You threw me there, Ray. Positive attitudes, because a positive mind can help maintain a positive body, and vice versa. And you are what you eat, so you've got to try your level best to get some healthy food in you. Get some, get some. Make your own supplements, your own little tinctures, and try and eat as fresh food as you possibly can. Try and get as much of your vegetation that you can eat as possible from foraging, and add it to whatever you've got, And on top of all that, exercise daily, every single day, because those endorphins that you get from really, really giving it some, to the point where you're drenched, know your limits and know how far past those limits you can go, right? Because I'm not advocating for people that are anyone out there that's like very obese, not done very much for quite a long time, to all of a sudden go into full-on fucking kickboxing mode, because your heart needs to build itself up to that. Your lungs need to build themselves up to that, So some people need to make baby steps, and some people, you'll know if you can just get straight into it, right? But that heavy exercise, those endorphins that's released from good extreme-ish exercise, the endorphins are fantastic. If I could bottle that feeling and sell it, I'd be a multi-billionaire within, I don't know, 5-6 years. I would, because it's completely natural. Your own body is producing that. It's not, it's not a couple of tablets or anything like that make you feel a bit woo, I can't believe it just did. Woo. Our fucking camp was that. So it's not like, you're being, it's not like you're taking anything in externally, pharmaceutical or otherwise. the exercise, the endorphins that you get from heavy exercise is your reward for the exercise. Everything worth doing has a reward. Everything. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't do it, Tina. You know, I've said yeah, you know, people say that we're in a spiritual war, right? And I agree. I totally agree with that. I really do. I do. But I'd had enough. You know, there was just too much happened in too short a space of time, and it just took its toll on me. And it just seemed like you know, that's it. No more. That's it. No more suffering. No, you get the idea. So I never expected a fucking house full of people. So was that some sort of divine intervention to say we're not done with you yet? You need to carry on. You've got to carry on. Or was it just luck and timing? Who knows? These are just some of the questions I had going around in my head back then. They don't really go around in my head much anymore because it's irrelevant, because here I am, you know, and here you are. You know, we've all been through our own different levels of shit over the last 5 years. Yeah, here you are, you know. And I have said before, if you can get through the last 5 years on top of your entire life before that, and then get through the last 5 years, you can get through the next 30, 40, you know. It's just going to be different, but you're adaptable, because most of you guys will have been at some point in the school of hard knocks, best school in the world. That's right, Tina. Make them independent. But it's that balance. It's that balance, because you don't want your kids thinking you don't give a fuck about them, right? But you also don't want to over nurture them to become to the point where they stay to some degree, even if it's just a strand of dependency. Then that strand means that they are still a dependent. All strands of dependency need to be severed, right? That's got nothing to do with mother-daughter, mother-son, daughter-mother, son-mother, father-son, father-daughter, daughter-father, son-father relationship. That doesn't have to be affected, you know, and they'll thank you for it further down the line. They'll understand why you were such a bastard to them when they thought that they couldn't make it without your help, when in actual fact they could. It's just they didn't try hard enough because they knew that you'd be there to step in to get them out of the shit again. I've never had any of that. Never. You know, I have been homeless, but let me just tell you a little bit about that. For example, right? I did have the option of not being homeless, right? My dad would have found a way to accommodate me, even in his situation, which was complicated. I won't go into it. It's a side story. It's irrelevant, right? I know for a fact he would have accommodated me, right? But I got myself into that fucking mess in the first place, to the point where I was homeless, that I was sleeping on the streets, you know? I got myself there. I only had myself to blame, nobody else. I fucked up. I really fucked up. So it was literally a case of not caving in. I think if you end up as a grown-ass man moving back home again, you've let life beat you. You've let life slap you down. And I wasn't having any of that. Now, I don't expect everyone to be as extreme as that, you know, because being homeless is quite extreme. It wasn't for very long, you know. And there are a lot of homeless people out there that wouldn't even have the option that I had, you know. But even though I knew that option was on the table, I wasn't going to take it because I wasn't prepared to let life get the better of me. And which sounds a bit hypocritical based off the fact that I told you that I was ready to fucking end my life. But that was different, you know. When I was homeless, you know, I'd not just lost a wife, and lots of other factors as well. So it was different. It was different. Anyway, you know, just all I'm saying is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Always find a way. Always find a way, because there's always a way. There's always a way. It's just down to how much effort you're prepared to find out what that way is. You know, there's a lot of fucking lazy people that'll take a shortcut. I'm not a shortcut kind of guy. I'll do it the proper way, you know. The most efficient, but the proper way, even if it's the hardest way. And the hardest way is usually the better, because it's ingrained into you, right? It's in there, right, for life. And you've made yourself stronger and wiser for it, you know. We need strong people moving forward into this world, because this world is going to change. You know, there's no. It might change at the last minute, and we can go back to being back into 2018. And no, that's not happening. You know, life is going to get extremely brutal, and this is why I'm saying to you, just give your kids tough love, because they fucking need it. They need it. They will thank you for it further down the line once they understood why you were doing what you were doing. You know, there was a saying when I was a kid: "You made your bed, you're fucking lying it." You know. Where are we? What my old man used to always say: "Make your bed, sleep in it." Sorry, David, I didn't even read that, mate. I went on one again. I'm sorry, but it's mad because that's a saying, you know, from when we were kids. It's like you made your bed, you fucking lie in it, and that was tough. That's a form of tough love. That's really, really good. It's really good for these young'uns. Really good for these young'uns. I mean, I've got kit in the garden. I have thought about going around, and maybe putting a few. I think it might be a bit risky though, you know, just putting a few flyers up saying, look, you know, an hour of martial arts training, £5 for an hour, right? And just teaching them not just how to fight, but teaching them about self-discipline and respect. You know, you combine all three of those things together and you've got a warrior. It's just, you've got to make sure that they don't take those skills away and go around kicking the shit out of people. Because as soon as I would hear anything like that has happened, they don't ever get to come back. That's it. You know, you're out. you fucked up, you're out. But it would just give them something to look forward to. It would give them an opportunity to get rid of loads and loads of excess energy, which all young men have got, you know, especially in the teens. I have thought about that, but I think that's something that will be way further down the road, you know. Anyway, negativity breeds negativity. It does, yeah. Positivity breeds positivity, and so does courage. So if you can show courage and self-confidence without ego, it will get noticed, especially by impressionable. You see, that's what I'm saying, is that we're in a battleground at the moment for souls. We need to save these people from the grasps of almost the fucking devil. When because of what we know what their long-term plan is and all that, you know. So we need more and more people on our side. So again, that reverts back to the whole lead by example thing. If you can lead by example, you can inspire, you know, and inspiration is never forced. It's never forced. It's naturally occurring. So if they like what you're about, if they like what you've got to say, and they're prepared to listen to you and act on good, solid, sound advice, then that's another one for our side, you know, the side of good. And I think that there are people out there that think, so all of the good side up against the violent, you know, evil side, how can we possibly win? We win because we've got knowledge, wisdom, determination, empathy, self-confidence, but without ego. I can't stress that enough. No ego. The selling point of the greater good, you know, good versus evil, because that's what we're up against. The list goes on. You know, we just need to. We do need to inspire the younger generation, especially the easy impressionable ones, because they're easy pickings for the dark side. They are easy pickings. So we need to inspire them, but we don't inspire them openly and like intentionally. We just continue on the path that we're on and lead by example. And it's the leading by example that people will pay attention to. If they choose to listen to you after that, or you inspire them to go down the same path, it's on them, you know. I hope that makes sense to someone. When I was at my lowest, divine inspiration helped me, so I agree, Terry. My friend arrived at my door with a Reiki healer, unaware of my mental state. Never felt like that again. Good. The whole Reiki thing, I think there's lots and lots of people out there that think, you know, yeah, I'm a Reiki master. How are you a Reiki master? Because it says on that certificate there, you know, which means fuck all. A certificate means nothing. It's about the ability to make someone feel like they have just benefited from that non-contact healing style. You know, if they walk away feeling better, then that's a good Reiki healer. You know, again, I've had Reiki done, and they picked up on a back problem, even though I made sure I showed no demonstration whatsoever. You know, none. Hid it very, very, very convincingly, right? And I saw fucking colours and all sorts, you know, fading from one colour to another, depending on where their hands were hovering. And I had no idea where their hands were hovering because it's non-contact. But because I'm such a fucking cynic, you know, and quite critical, I pull everything apart, right? And so because I'm like that, I end up kind of going down the road of that must be some form of placebo, you know? But then you think about when you walk into a room, you can feel positive energy coming from people, even before you've had a conversation with them or introduced yourself or whatever. And then you can feel real fucking darkness in other people as well. So that's another sense that there's no actual scientific explanation for. So if you can feel that by being in close proximity to people in a room, in a party or whatever, which is very real, very real. You know, some people could call it an aura. Some people just call it a sixth sense. Loads of names for it, loads of different depictions. And so if that's real, then if someone is stood over you, channeling positive energy and directing it over into your body, then in theory that should be possible. Just saying. But I do still remain a skeptic when it comes to Reiki, even though I benefited from it myself. I'm just, yeah, like I said, the mind needs to be a parachute, always better open, you know? So I keep an open mind about so many different things, which I think is, but I'm glad you got through it, Tina, you know? And like I said earlier on, I think most of the people here have been through some serious fucking life-changing shit. Shit that a lot of people in the world now would just, you know, or yeah, here we are with more determination and gusto than we've ever had in our entire fucking lives. And that is as a result of being crushed. You know, if you can crawl your way out of the depths of hell, dust yourself off, take a bit of time to take a few breaths and then move forward, you know, says a lot about your character. So if you can get to the brink of hell and climb back out of it, which is where you are, when you're in that mindset, that's where you are, you're in hell. And you just want to get out of hell. And the easiest way out is by taking your own life. But it is a cop out. It is a cop out. You know, survive it, and see how strong you become afterwards. My motto is love and positivity, no fear here. I like that. That'd make a nice t-shirt, you know? Love and possibility, no fear here. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I really do like that, Tina. And I think it's a good. But again, you've got there are lots of lovely little sayings out there, you know. But when you say them, you've got to believe it yourself, you know, because if you don't genuinely believe what you're saying, right, the people that you're saying it to won't believe it either, you know. I was unaware of Reiki before that day. She just put her hands above my head. I accepted this as I was in a terrible state that day. It worked for me, thankfully. It worked for me. It worked for me. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't make any. It doesn't really make any sense that I'm still a major skeptic about it, because I am. I think the power of suggestion and the power of thought and the placebo effect is ridiculously powerful, to the point where we could literally heal ourselves. You know, I've got cancer. So you've had the diagnosis, you've got cancer, right? I think it's possible for us to get ourselves into a mental state where we can literally, physically, mentally heal ourselves completely and go into remission without any medication. But getting our minds into that sort of state where we can do that is fucking unbelievably difficult, because we've all been programmed all our lives, some more than others. Most of you guys just mild programming, because you always questioned the system, you always questioned it, you know, or you rebelled against it, you know. So we've experienced mild programming, but we've still experienced it. You know, our true potential has been suppressed so fucking much. And that's what we're breaking away from now. And every single one of us is experiencing some sort of metamorphosis. I think that's pretty accurate. Oh, we've not had much of a laugh tonight. I'm sorry about that, guys. Mind before matter. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. A lot of us act on impulse, and that's the kind of what they would call the lizard part of the brain, you know, the fight, flight, freeze type thing, you know, where we just respond instinctively. So when that happens, we don't get a chance to think about it. So the mind before matter doesn't come into play. That becomes irrelevant, because it's an instantaneous reaction to something. But I do think that if you do have time to think about bad shit that's happening to you and the potential outcomes of that bad shit, it gives you time to condition your mind to make it less impactful or even avoidable further down the line. You know, it takes a lot of practice and a lot of training of the mind, you know, you know, I'm certainly not qualified to teach that shit, because I'm far from perfect and far from managing to achieve that 100% of the time, you know. I don't feel fear. I don't feel any fear, no fear. But I do have days where I feel a little bit anxious, you know, when I've done a bit of a deep dive on this and a bit of a deep dive of that, and I'll watch consecutive or listen to consecutive podcasts of really negative, dark stuff that I know to be real and true. But then I revert back to not we're fucked, or not I can't see a way out of this or anything like that. I always revert to how can I get around that? What am I going to do to get around that? And then do it, you know? And that attitude has served me well, apart from once, just once, you know? I mean, I don't know how many days there are in 52 and a half years. Maths was never my forte, right? But one day in 52 years. And yeah, if I told you my life story from day dot right up to now, but again, you know, we've all got our own stories, you know. We've all got our own life experiences, and they're all relative to the individual, you know. What might be what certain aspects of my life might come across to you as absolutely horrific, right? But me, say, explaining probably the worst moment in my life to someone else might seem quite trivial to them, because they've been through 10 times more. It's all relative to the person, you know. It's all relative to your life experiences, and life's about suffering, and without suffering you can't really appreciate the positivity in life. Not properly, not really, you know. I think people like us appreciate when things go right, you know, when things fall into place just for a fucking change, you know. We appreciate that 10 times more than most people. Because many of us are of a worst case scenario mentality. So that's a prepper mindset, you see. So as a prepper, you think of the worst case scenario. You see the pattern, you see where something's leading, and you think of the worst case scenario and prepare for it. And it's usually nowhere near how bad it was in your head. Usually. Nowhere close. But because you've mentally prepared for that worst case scenario, you've experienced that worst case scenario in your fucking head, which has knocked you. It will have knocked you, you know. But because it never came to pass and you prepared for it anyway, that process from thought to preparation to it not actually transpiring has inadvertently made you even stronger, because what you expected, you'd prepared for physically and mentally, it never happened. But you've built up your muscle, your spiritual muscle, if you like, to deal with something that was bad that never happened. And you'll do it again and again and again and again. And because you're doing that, you're just making yourself stronger and stronger and stronger. And I think I've mentioned this before. I had a fear once that I would become so desensitized that I would end up emotionally barren, you know, just numb, not able to feel fear, but not able to feel compassion, not be able to feel anything, just completely and totally emotionally barren because of hard knock after hard knock after hard knock. And that's not the case. Yeah, that's toughened me up mentally, physically, you know. Yeah, that's toughened me up. But I've not lost my sense of compassion, empathy, you know, and all of those beautiful human traits. I've not lost them. They're still there. They're still intact. So that's that theory that I had, you know, that I was dreading the idea of not coming to pass. So I still give a fuck, you know. Where the phrase "plan for the worst, hope for the best" comes, yeah, and I do love that saying. I do love that saying, David, because it doesn't necessarily mean to be right. There are just a random fucking analogy, right? So all of a sudden, there's a shitload of arsonists that are going around throwing petrol bombs through people's windows. And you go out and buy some fire extinguishers, you know. In your mind, you're picturing your entire house and everything that you've prepared for, everything you've got, all of the sentimental stuff just going up in flames. And it doesn't happen. So you've mentally made yourself more resilient off the back of believing that that was going to happen. And you've ended up with a couple of fire extinguishers that every house should have. You know? If things fall into place for me, I think this won't last. Do you know, that's really sad, Michael. Really sad. But it's a good state of mind. A lot of people might agree with that. A lot of people might not, you know, but I believe that that's a good state of mind to have, because whilst you maintain that sort of mindset, as long as you appreciate the fact that it did fall into place, and I mean properly appreciate that, you know, feel it. It won't last bit just keeps you in check and keeps you humble, you know. It helps to keep ego away. It's to me, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Some might disagree, you know. Some might say that that's a bit negative. It's a bit negative, you know. But again, it's about balance. So really appreciating the fact that everything fell into place, but then saying it won't last. You know, that's balance. It keeps you balanced. So I love that too. My goodness. I just seen the time. Sadly, I need to go to bed. Thanks, Terry, for sharing your life experiences. Wish you all a wonderful weekend. Same to you, and sweet dreams, Tina. And I hope you have a gorgeous fucking weekend, you know. and you can make it gorgeous, you know. But thank you for spending your time with us tonight, Tina, and we'll see you in the next one. I'm also paying attention to the time as well. I think a 4-hour live stream is become traditional, and yeah, I reckon I could go for a few more hours, but I'm not going to, you know, because I'm aware of everyone else's body clock as well, and don't stay up just for the sake of it, you know. So we'll wrap it up. I'll get the rest of this vodka down me, get me plastic truncheon out in case there's any fuckery out there. Just getting used to it, you know. We can't stop preparing. If anything, if you've got the time, the inclination and the finances, prep your fucking asses off, as you know, now, and get everything in that you need. But above all of that, try and get yourselves physically fit. You know, I can't tell you how important that is. And there's so much you can do. Again, you can turn your home into a gym. Because I did, and I went from turning my home into a gym to joining a martial arts club to then making my home even more of a gym. Yeah, nice one, David. Much love, my Scottish brother. All in chat, Michael. Great. Yeah, we see. We just such a lovely vibe always in the chat. You know, such a lovely vibe because we all get each other, and we all. This is a form of escapism for us without escaping, and I think I probably benefit from it as much, if not more, than you guys do. So thank you. You know. On that note, I'm going to get my so yesterday we just one of those days where it was just I got so fucking layered. Right, it was one thing after another, right? And then I took the girls out for a walk, and Storms, and there was a dog. Storm wanted to get to the dog, and her harness completely fell apart. I don't know where it is. Completely fell apart in my hands. So I had to try and get her home. As soon as she was off the lead, she became friendlier with this dog. Dogs are different on a lead than they are off it, because they can sense the tension in you through that lead. They are so smart. But fortunately, I bought a couple of collars off a couple of young little girls that were selling stuff on their driveway. A couple of houses down. I think I mentioned it in a previous live stream. They were selling blackberries, bracelets that I would never ever wear because they were camp as fuck, designed for girls, and dog collars, brand new. So I bought two brand new dog collars, and it's a good job I did, because I thought her harness was going to last forever. It was pure leather, you know, well built, but she's just punished it. We've punished it, you know. So thank God I've got a collar. I can still take them both out tonight. So I'll be taking them out shortly, getting them harnessed up and leaded up, and yeah, just go out for a nice sort of 1:30 walk. You know, at 1:30 in the morning, I don't even put them on the lead as we walk down the street to go down on their usual walk. They just walk freely because there's no cars around. But yeah, I'm glad I got that little lead off that little girl, you know. I do feel bad for just nicking it off her and just running away without paying. I'm just being a twat. Right. Much love. And when I say that, I mean it with sincerity, you know, because I feel the love. I feel the love in the chat. And you see how everyone is with everyone, you know. What we've got is very small, but it's very special, you know. So on that note, just make sure you enjoy the rest of your weekend. And yeah, stay positive. Stay positive. Much love. And I'll see you on the flip side. Ciao for now.